Sandstorms return, uncover hidden relics. Awaken the mystery. Ride the sand giant.
The 2026 PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe Wildcard Spring is back. The biggest grassroots tournament in the Eastern European region is here, and this time, it's bigger than ever. The Open qualifiers brought 3 days of intense battles in Round 1, where hundreds of teams fought for survival. Only the strongest advanced to Round 2. In Round 2, the pressure reached its peak. Only the top 22 teams earned their place in the group stage. April 4th through 6th, the group stage begins. 24 teams, 3 groups, 8 teams each. 22 qualified squads are joined by 2 directly invited teams, all battling for a place in the grand finals. 5 matches per day. Every match counts. At the end of the group stage, only the top 13 teams overall will move on to the grand finals. 3 iconic battlegrounds define this season: Erangel, Miramar, Rondo. April 11th and 12th, the finals. This is where legends are made. 16 teams, 13 survivors from the group stage, 3 invited squads, 6 matches per day, 2 days of non-stop, heart-pounding action until one team stands above all others. $20,000 on the line, distributed across all finalist teams. But money isn't the only prize. The top 4 finishers in the finals earn something even greater: a direct slot to the 2026 PMGO Season 1 Regional Finals. The global stage, the next level. Every match matters. Every move decides. History is made.
This one, but the pride is pulling up, and then
the battle isn't over yet. 13 teams fought their way through the semi-finals. A low blow, major pride, moneymakers and others, ready to prove it wasn't luck. And also, 3 teams earned their direct invite. MADBULLS are focused, they're determined, but so is CH Esports, and they don't lose easily. And Virtus.pro, nobody's writing them off. Now, all 16 teams are here. Clutch plays, dominant squads, one mistake can change the whole game. 2 days, 12 matches, 1 champion. Don't miss the finals, April 11th through the 12th, watch live.
Konina Power plays the shots on target though. He holds the line, Max.
Oh, hello everyone, welcome back. Depending on where you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Let's get ourselves strapped in and cheers towards a very good day of PUBG Mobile. We're back for the Club Open here for Eastern Europe, and we finally arrived at the culmination of all of our efforts. The teams that have been fighting all the way back from the Open Grassroots qualifier, the squads that scrapped it out, leaving themselves by the wayside in our group stage, and now finally, Max, of course, for our last day of finals, where we get to decide who gets those top 4 spots and the prize and pride that comes with it.
I mean, we finally reached here, Jackie, the Eastern European peak of PUBG Mobile Esports, and we've had amazing games yesterday throughout all 6 matches, right? But today we're going to see which teams are going to be our champions, and of course the 4 teams to make it to the PMGO Regional EECA Finals. That's going to be very exciting, so I just can't wait, Jackie, to get into the battlegrounds. Oh, let me in.
No, I'm right there with you, buddy. I'm right there with you. It's been exciting, and it's going to get even more exciting. So let's recap what you might have missed if you weren't here yesterday.
He's trying to play it calm. Here's the pull-up, though. CH getting involved with the action on top of Dagestan. This is a clash with 2 of our Titans going head-to-head, and it's an instant explosion. The detonation's good from the nade. Do you get anything more from this, though? Moxie with the pressure being applied. He's got to try and back off towards his teammate, but it'd be a risky pickup no matter what. Ooh, that's a nice shot, though, Max.
This is crazy what we're seeing from the side of a low blow, because they were pincered right between JDH and also HardBass, and yet they fully convert the fight into eliminations onto HardBass, control their ridgeline, and they beat out two teams despite being sandwiched between them. How do they survive? It's Moxie and Force making it happen.
Blown out of the lobby. Belly standing off the back of that one. That's a nice nade from the roof as well. It's getting windy out there. Watch yourself as he blows away another man in quick succession. Malloy is out.
Oh, okay, that's the push. This Wake onto the position of MADBULLS. That diff is going to be very hard to defend, and that was not even a fight for Wake. They just take that one so damn easily.
The same thing to Wake that Wake did to the MADBULLS as they get ran down. Spike up close and personal as well, handling. Havlakaina turns up as well to assist. JDH watching with waiting eyes as they look. Man and Eugene, they look to close the distance, tucked in behind the cover. It's hard cover to play with. Good damage on Eugene, but he handles two of them. So we can see some big picks back against Afterlife. It's looking like it could be doom and gloom for them unless they get the 1v2 clutch off. Oh, the crash on.
Is looking just like a different beast, Jackie, when they have 4 players alive. 10 eliminations and looking to get possibly right up to 15 if they can squad wipe MADBULLS. 1 player down, then it's going to be followed up by a second. They even get Tulika. Going to get a full-on clash onto Vox, as Vox are looking to take a big piece, of this terrain for themselves. But it's not going to be enough. MADBULLS looking to converge fully around one single player. It's down to Camo now, but he doesn't quite have the solo Jackie. Lemon, can he take the 1v1? Oh, the Molotov!
Ooh, I mean, maybe, hang on a minute. Lemon on a reposition is good. Scatter shot, spams his way. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it's kind of one of those where if Sook likes the explosive bow, imagine what he's going to be doing with that, mate.
He's going to have the explosive bow and the Panzerfaust. You know, no need for ARs. All you need is explosive. You get one elim onto Lotos and trying to get the also second elimination onto Camo. Almost find it, trying to spray it down through the window. And that's going to be a beautiful entry point here, Jackie, for this team.
Yeah, it's nice. Good fancy footwork on the compound crash from them so far. Remind with a smooth move, though. Look at him go. Dives down on the ground floor. Oh, trigger on point as he gets the adjustment back out.
Back to the prize pool first. Me and Max were doing a whole bit. We were pointing. Don't worry about it, viewers. It's silly.
We need to talk about the rules first.
Completely thrown me off. Yeah. Anyway, here we are. We're at the rules and the prize pool. God, for everyone watching at home, they probably have no context. It's not your fault, Indigo. We were just in a different mindset. We'll do it in a minute, Max. Don't worry. Next time we're back on camera, be prepared. But of course, that's what they're all playing for. The prize pool, the sweet glory. But this is the more important bit, Max. Off the back of yesterday, day 1 of the finals, this is what we're left standing with in terms of our top 4 currently on the podium.
Yeah, and a lot of big names, right, dominated currently in the top 4 in Moneymakers and Major Pride. And then the big surprise, right, and a very confusing surprise, you've got the 2 teams here, Jackie, with the AL team tag that are in 2nd and 3rd place, respectively, Low Blow and Afterlife. And Low Blow in particular, very happy where their check-in dinner from yesterday was on the first Miramar, and we kind of said Miramar group stage didn't do too much, but no, they just stepped up to the plate massively on that, what was it, match number 5 of yesterday. So very, very happy about that performance. Though, are we going to see any of the contenders outside of top 4 currently, Jackie? Trying to do a catch-up. Of course, you got Wake, you got Dagestan. I think a lot of people are expecting them to step up. It is a very small point gap. So literally, our top 4 could, after these 6 matches, not be in top 4 anymore. It could be all over the place after these 6 matches.
Yeah, dude, it's kind of crazy, right, that obviously we were explaining yesterday. It was like condensed milk. It's a very short finals. It's basically just the 2 days, 6 maps per day. You have to play your best PUBG Mobile. We saw signs of some impeccable things from a few of our squads. From others, they were coughing, starting, spluttering. They weren't being able to do it so consistently. Some teams didn't even show up at all, and that really is where we sort of draw the mental cutoff line towards the bottom end of things. But today, it could still change for a decent chunk of them. So many big names, so many up-and-coming squads as well. The grassroots teams that have blown us away, mate. So definitely strap in. If that didn't get you excited, viewers at home, I don't know what will. Let's have a look at our team comparison, though, before we start to work towards the show starting today. Moneymakers, of course, the side that were absolute fiends for eliminations, facing off versus Major Pride there in the head-to-head. Talk me through your thoughts on both of these two squads so far, Max.
I mean, Moneymakers, sure, they just clearly, again, don't need a chicken dinner to be first place, apparently. They don't have a single one, which is, how does that happen? I don't know. But the main outlier, in my opinion, yesterday was Kvik. He was, of course, a really good fragger for the team, setting up the team for success multiple times throughout every single one of the battlegrounds. But when the team would falter and fall apart, Kvik would just try and keep the hope alive of getting some placement points, especially in that Miramar game, right, with, I think it was in a Minas Generalis finish. He was just able to sneak in, get a sneaky elimination also on the team as he was entering inside of that city and get some extra placement points on board. So Kvik easily, definitely redeeming that first day for them to climb just a little bit higher and secure that #1 rank in the leaderboard. So very happy with them. And then Major Pride, outside of the 2 wins, Jackie, we didn't see too much, so I want to see a little bit more consistency from Major Pride, hopefully, in these 6 matches. What about you?
Man, yeah, you know, I mirror a lot of your sentiment there. I think it makes sense, but, and, you know, consistency is always key, Max, especially when you have a map pool like this. The final day of games consisting, of course, of 1 opening Rondo that, as we've learnt with this lobby, will be incredibly explosive, no holes barred style PUBG Mobile. Then we move into our 3 Erangels, and finally, those 2 Miramars to close it out. Now, these maps will all have you doing this, because that's just how damn good it's going to be, Max. It had us reacting like YouTubers all day yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, it's like they're pointing at something in the background. Look at that. Wow, there's something cool over there. Please, someone take that, edit it, and use it in your thumbnails or something if you do PUBG Mobile esports content. You know what? Free of charge, go for it. But no, it's going to be very fun, especially the Rondo, as you said, was going to be very important. So many inflated points you can secure on that map, especially if you drop in Neox. We see it's a bit of a mess over there, to be completely honest, right, Jackie? There's no better way to describe it. It is all over the place in the Neox factory. Yeah. But yeah, I think mainly is going to be down to the Erangel. I want to try and see some consistency. I talked about Major Pride. They just had those 2 chicken dinners, and total they had 23 placement points, meaning outside of those 2 wins, they got 3 placement points on, what is that, 4 maps? Fair to say, Jackie, those are not good numbers. So Major Pride, they can't afford to falter here because you got Wake, you got Dagestan, you got CH Esports, MADBULLS, all those guys right behind them. If they do one slight mistake, they might just lose out on an opportunity to play the biggest events for the first half of 2026, which you can't afford to do right now.
No, exactly right. You know, as much as for some of our sort of, you know, newer teams that are coming in here, the new blood that fought through the open qualifier, this is the main event. This is the opportunity where everything they get right is a great chance. More eyes on them, more benchmarks, playing against better squads, opportunities for prize money. Like you say, for our top teams that we've got in rotation here, Max, this is a stepping stone. This is an event where they need to be able to walk away with their heads held high and show us not only that, but they should be coming in at a higher level, pushing for those big events, you know. And it's terrifying when you think about what we were seeing yesterday as well from VP. I don't know if you mirror the same idea here, but from where they were, you know, crowns on their heads, walking in effectively, did they look good enough to you to be able to resurge today and push themselves into that top 4?
Were Virtus.pro playing yesterday? I don't sorry, that's a bit me. The performance of Virtus.pro was just not what we expected from this team, right? The CSA champions are 4 of last year. Come on, guys. Like, this is not Virtus.pro I was expecting to see, Jackie. I know I'm memeing a little bit, but yeah, this is not enough.
Mate, you are so genuine. I can't believe it. That cuts deep, Max. You know, if they're watching, if there's a coach in the back line who's had a little look at the VOD afterwards, imagine his heart. He's going to go, Max, we were trying.
We tried our best. I'm sure some people are going to say, Max, man, you wouldn't do any better. And I wouldn't. But that's why I'm here casting about it. You know, I'm safe here in my golden throne just talking about the games. But no, Virtus.pro, despite all the memes and stuff, Jackie, we expect more from this team. There's just, again, a storied roster. Has been doing so good last year in PMSL, CSA, and full. Sure, PMGC, we don't talk about PMGC. They didn't make it to the finals. It was very unfortunate. But it is a team that has that potential. It would be one of the few outliers here, Jackie, on the second page of these rankings. I would expect to pull off a comeback, right? If they have a good day, especially on Rondo, they could make it happen, but do they have that maybe that mental fortitude here to try and pull through despite a really bad day one? That's going to be the question we need to answer for VP in these 6 matches.
Exactly. You know, I think there is that decent portion of it that just seemed like yesterday was a little bit slow to the burn. You had some unfortunate starts. It didn't really get a bit of a roll on. We'll see if maybe that changes today. But of course, there are other squads as well that are potentially going to be hungrier and nipping at the heels that did show us some good tendencies yesterday. So you know what, guys? You'll just have to join us for the journey throughout our last day of the finals here for the Club Open for Eastern Europe and see what twist is in the narrative. Let's kick it off and start things exactly at the beginning with Rondo, Max.
Oh, and give me the double plane, please. I like the yes, yes, hey, we get it. Oh, it's so rare too. You don't always get the double planes. I think we only had one so far, right, on day 1 of the group stage, and we haven't seen it since. So no, the double plane path is back, and it is actually going to be very close to Test Track. It does cross just highly up north of Test Track itself, so everyone should be able to make a stretch. The thing is, if you are north here, you're going to get there earlier than the teams on the secondary southern plane path. So if you're on the southern plane, I would maybe advocate here, Jackie, don't drop Neox, because if you drop down, most of the loot possibly on the top of the roofs is already going to be taken away. You might get shot literally mid-air, so I would not recommend it to anyone in this game. Dodge Neox if you are on that second southern plane. It's just not worth it. They won't listen.
Yeah,
they're going for it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, they're still going to go for the late rotate. Okay. Ooh, is that 2-2 break off as well? I mean, fair enough. I suppose it is Rondo, so VP trying to kind of distribute their wealth a little bit so you can see if Malloy can at least just get the recall off if things all go southward quickly. Don't believe they had the best run of it when they dropped into Neox last time around. Pretty sure it was a pretty, you know, rough start for them. So we'll see if anything's a bit different here. God, busy today in Neox, isn't it?
I think this is the record. We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 teams. One of them being HardBass. There's currently a little bit split on the northern side. Ray Kargis is looting in another compound up north. So he's just going to be taking a bit slow on this position. But at least there's a little bit more of a respectful play here, Jack. We've seen in the previous days, they would all drop in similar buildings. No, it seems like every team has their allocated building to loot up and then start the fight. Because again, if you just all find the same building where you're going to get caught off guard and have no loot to work with whatsoever. MODERNET, though, lose Ango, looking for Posh to defend the front line with the... Oh, nicely done with the spray. He goes for the double Posh! Playing tricks behind those containers. Really good approach. MODERNET, again, we've said it many times, Jackie, we want to see a step up from this team. And they're doing just that here, but unfortunately already taking some big casualties. Down to now just Poch solo inside of Neox.
Man, and if you even just breathe near this guy, he'd be going down right now. So low on health, and Kvik armed with the Org, looking to try and get a bit aggressive. Dives back through the window. Pre-fire's good, but not quite on the money for the connection. That's a tasty shot. Poch, surely not. Is he going to go 3 for 3? Switches to the Tommy gun. Can he hit him with it gangster style as he spams through the door?
No way!
Oh, he's done it, Max! The cleanup crew gameplay steals the moneymakers away.
The 1 HP 1v3 coming out from Poch, making it happen versus Kvik. What a wild play. I mean, especially with the Thompson, right? You wouldn't expect it, but the thing is, when you are low HP, the Thompson technically is better than the shotgun. 1 bullet is all he needed to get it. What a nice angle, so from Foops, man. The Foopsening is happening indeed in Neox Factory, and that's an easy double. 3 eliminations over to Konina Power, though. Virtus.pro, we do see here, Jackie, unfortunately, do take a major L, losing out on 3 players, and Malloy will have to go for the stadium recall so they don't get those inflated points they were hoping for, as Chip now getting pushed up, and the S12K is not going to go a long way.
No, not at all. Closed down there on the Wake side. Of course, they've still got 1 player alive, so much like what we saw from VP, the strategy will be to recall and reset on things. For VP, I mean, it feels a little bit flat, though, right? When you're thinking about the fact that that was the whole setup. The call was send in the trio, have Malloy waiting in the back line already on the split drop for it. Don't really convert too many earlier limbs from it. This is one of the quieter, even considering how busy Neox was, starts to our games of Rondo. So it seems like there might be a bit more leeway for later game thought process on this. Maybe people are playing a little bit more reserved coming into the last day of finals, knowing what's on the line. This could be a bit of an awkward one. You've got the double stack here.
So I want to take you back to yesterday real quick, right? We're looking at Afterlife.
Go on.
Did this play where they third party pretty much all the teams in Neox. And it initially started off really well. And then they go in the factory versus Vox and they get fully demolished, like destroyed. I don't have a better way to put it. They took the biggest L ever of the entire tournament, in my opinion. Biggest throw. Here this time, they're going to attempt it once more, but there's one extra factor to the equation, which is going to be Fuse and Sillers, especially Fuse. He's just chilling for HardBass on top of that radio tower. I don't think he has any intention of budging whatsoever. If they do make their push over that open area of Neox, it's going to be quite tough. He could have a back shot angle onto them. As now over to another fight in the circle. Dead center of the circle is going to be Dagestan versus MADBULLS. Two big names here that can't afford to take an early death because, again, they're not in that top 4. They need to get points on board.
This is two of our teams that would probably have their eyes lighting up if they can take each other out of contest early into today's games as well. Freezer with a shotty trying to make maneuvers, gets up close, clears through, good weaving there. But the response back is going to be Pusher lighting him up. Zadira priming the nade though. If it's anything like yesterday's nade usage, it should be on the money. It's a near miss with a target, bit of splash damage, follow up as well in the back, tags them. Bit of buckshot slowing them down. Meanwhile, we can see the Elim feed lighting up as well. It seems like HardBass Team have been dealt with, so Neox is probably getting quite spicy.
It is going to keep lighting up, but that's a really good nade coming through from MADBULLS at the end. And normally Dagestan, yeah, they do get the full reset. Everyone's going to be recalled to Dira, Freezer, Nomi, Prepod, ready to ramble here through the entirety of this game. So Stadium is getting a little bit occupied with C and Jackie. I'm looking at the map feed. You got VP, of course, they did do the recall thanks to Malloy over there. Now we're going to be seeing them joined up by JDH. There's going to be ESPORTS. Stadium is a very tricky position where you got some rooftop angles that you can play that you wouldn't really expect. So you've got to be very cautious if you do enter that city later on. But Neox, the fight is not coming down, and it is in circle, meaning this fight can stretch for an extra 5 minutes easily if these teams want to, though the nade comes on strongly onto a sortie. Konina wants to try and wrap things up right here, right now.
Oh, it's not got anywhere near as well as it did for Vox last time around. They were weaving their way through these close quarters engagements and being able to handle it quite nicely, but can they get too much from this? Well, I mean, Tema's just absolutely blown them away. Camo, at least, is set up for the response. Gets them back into action.
We need to find... Because when you look at PUBG Mobile, right, Jackie, you have multiple names. You got your fragger, your support, your scouts, your long-range fraggers. You got your IGLs. We need a name for the role of whoever's rezzing the team. We don't have one yet. Because, like, for example, Malloy, you had, yeah, like, what would it be?
I suppose in a situation like this, what if we combine magician and medicine? You'd be a medician.
I was thinking...
Because you're bringing them back from the dead, but you're also doing a bit of, you know...
I was thinking support of shame for some reason because they lost the fight technically, so they wouldn't need him otherwise.
Well, like a code of shame.
Yeah.
Like
if you have to use him, you failed.
Yes. Yeah. But on the support of shame.
It's it all.
Please, not again. Oh, mate, that's terrible. All right, yeah, let's go with that.
I'm feeling kind of mean today. I don't know. I did that to VP earlier on the pre-show. I don't know.
It's evil, Max.
Yeah.
Can't believe it, mate. You're being spicy today.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. By the way, did you know, apparently, so for example, when you're casting with Blank, your caster duo name is Blanky, right? At least it's been memed, Blanky, right? That's the joke.
I've heard that's the community now.
Yeah, so people have been calling us Jackman, which... Ooh. We need to find a third called Hugh and Perfect. We got the trio. Got all the members.
Yeah. To be fair, that's good. That'd be like an in-joke for it. It's like, oh, my favourite casting duo is Wolverine. You know?
Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, Wolverine.
Just looking at who has the worst beard. It's like,
oh, mate. That'd be good. We'll work on a nice little joint cosplay. Maybe there'll be a crossover event one day.
Ooh. Could be. Got so many cool skins. Maybe Wolverine's coming up. Though, Icon, again, playing the Double Peaks Mountain next to Stadium. It is not in circle, by the way. So there's going to be quite a few teams, it seems like, rotating or into this mountaintop or around it. So this is going to be an opportunity for JDH to just maybe get some free eliminations along the way. Prepod getting sprayed down from a distance. But yeah, at that speed, at that range, it's really hard to really hit those shots. But Frieza is really stuck. He doesn't have a car. One good nade, and that might just be game over. One's going to be chucked in his direction. Doesn't quite hit the target. Dagestan, do you want to try and res it? But I would say give it up, which I know he's still very healthy, right? But it's a really risky spot to attempt to get him back up, unless you just fully crashed on JDH, which is risky. You're still in phase 2. It's too early to go out.
I'm getting shades back of, I believe it was day 1 of the group stage as well. We had a very similar head-to-head between the both of them over by the double peaks, with JDH actually being able to play the off angle very nicely and found a way to make that work brilliantly versus Dagestan. So maybe we're getting some reminiscence there. We'll see how that goes. For now, we've turned attention over towards a VP squad that is bailing out from Stadium. Obviously, they've just been sort of, you know, scrimping and saving their way through this one off the back of the reset res that came in from Malloy. Up to 3 elimination points now. They got the first one back in Neox on the drop, and then they were wiped out. Following that, they found another 2. Given up their position there versus SM. Obviously, you wouldn't probably want to get picked off by an elevation advantage from SM in that spot. SM as well. I mean, overall, yesterday it was very quiet. They are currently down in the bottom 16th place, just below Strong Team. Strong Team actually getting an elim in this game so far as well. They're on screen now. Curious, mate. You know, as much as I don't think they've probably got it in them to push all the way to the top 4, Max, I would like to see at least a better showing from the Strong Team boys today. Go out on a high.
Hey, you know what? Even if you don't make it to top 4, you still got some extra prize pool to win, right? So might as well give it a fair shot. And the thing is, I keep saying, and I've seen this happen many times in esports since like the inception of the esports back in 2018, 2019. Even a team that fails, if you show potential, even as individual players, who knows, you might get picked up by an org, a bigger squad going into another event. So you definitely want to try and give it your best at every moment in time, even when you are the last place team. So hopefully we'll see them give it a fair shot. And this is the exact same circle, it feels like, Jackie, as day 1 of the group stage, match 1 on Rondo, won by, if I'm not mistaken, JDH, right? And also I remember the Konina Power push. They had a trio only in that game, and they went exactly where Eugene was, and I think slightly southeast of that position. So if JDH play their cards right, they know how to play this circle down to a T. There's a very strong compound on Eugene. I wonder if they're going to do like, okay, let's just repeat what we've done on day 1 of group stage and just full send it there.
Yeah, this is interesting now. Suddenly, right, all of those little factoids, all those little bits that were making us remember that first day are starting to bubble back. Difference is, of course, the lobby is far more stacked with these teams, so it could be even more impressive. If we see JDH live up to their old tricks, that would give them a nice boost of points as well. Currently 28 points to their name. It'd send them flying up the rankings, give them a good fighting chance with the day ahead, and see if they can start their conquest off right. This wrap around from VP. They're going to get spotted. That's Malloy instantly down. Liquor lights them up as his eyes light up on contact with them. And you can see they're pretty fragmented now. It's only the duo, so that VP curse might be following them into today's games.
Oh, hopefully not. Come on, I mean, yeah, as a duo on the circle like this, at least they've got a really strong position taken early on, which is great. But do they have the firepower to really zone teams away so they don't get on top of their mountain? That's going to be the real thing you want to pay attention to. But JDH, our champion on this previous circle that happened here, they won group stage, are going to get pushed back by Major Pride. So far, we saw yesterday, right, looking at that game on Rondo, Jackie, really successful defense versus 2 teams that sure didn't execute the best breach ever, but it goes to show that Major Pride can be an absolute threat when they are given a slight advantage in these clashes. And especially Obley, Asta with the off angles usually are the 2 players that like to go for these off angle positions, are really looking to lock down all of JDH. So this is a fight that could take a while. If you're JDH, you see these positions being taken against you, it's not worth it. Keep moving forward, try and get deep into the zone because you're just going to get knocked. And as I say that, Icon is the first to fall and instantly gets flushed out by the crazy long range sprays of AZ.
Yeah, that's brutal, mate. Especially when we're kind of setting up the idea of, you know, this could be the start of something new for them, find a chapter to build on. losing another nice player of the team will be rough. Strict and Worthing have certainly showed us how much firepower they have. Frances, unfortunately, is the next to fall, though, and this is just going from bad to worse. Asta's locked in as the Spaghetti Power's starting to ramp up initially. They can crash onto it as well, just look to convert entirely now and potentially get all 4 of these Elim points. Yeah, it's all going down. Worthing tries, but isn't really going to be able to defend with a shotty, and that's them dispatched.
Yeah, but Major Pride, unfortunately for them, they get instantly third-partied right after they wrap up that fight, and that's going to be coming in from MODERNET, which is good to see them be a little bit more aggro in the early game, right? Typically a mid to late game squad that likes to take it slow in the early stages and just ramp things up as the game goes on. But no, here they see an opportunity, they kind of push up, and they're already up to 5 eliminations, most of them being already secured in that hot drop earlier in Neox Factory, but they are looking to demand respect from this lobby, which I do appreciate. That is a change of pace we needed from MODERNET if they want to show potential today on the last day of the finals. But Dagestan also, I don't know what it is, this mountain, Jackie, everyone wants to fight here, it seems, and now it's going to be the turn for Dagestan to make their own ascent on the mountaintop and maybe take it away from MODERNET as they do get a nice initial opening onto Poch.
It was looking exciting to see them willing to take a fight and try and play with some of this confidence they've shown us today. 5 elims is one thing, but if they get overthrown here, it will leave them with no position to build on this. And you've got to get through that triple threat of Dagestan, like you say, just guarding towards the edge, looking for a bit of a reposition on it, though, as there's been no shove back up from MODERNET just yet. Zone's going to start coming in. Major Pride also want to see if they can hold towards the periphery of this when push comes to shove. So if Obley gets a read on it, he's pretty good at trying to create space from these off angles. There's Afterlife also making their move forward, so a lot of squads in a small area of playable space. Oh, they're act to it as well. Afterlife look to jump out the vehicles, try and make the engagement. Misha's low, Freezer pushes up, but already shot in the back line. Oh, it's getting messy out there. Nades from the side, pre-pod with the off angle. Shots fired back on target into the smoke, but the nade detonates at his feet, and that blows them down. Dagestan losing the stock they had on this one.
Oh, Dagestan, they just got a little bit too indecisive and too hesitant. They could have gone for the fight onto MODERNET, but they just turn heel and go for the fight onto now Afterlife, and they get fully pincered, right? The sandwich scenario was coming true, and Dagestan is going to be fully eliminated in this game. 1 point only. They'll get no placement points for their troubles this match. And that is a big L, which you just don't want to have on Rondo, again, because of the inflated points. That could give an opportunity for our top teams here to create an even bigger lead for themselves. So that is going to be something that Dagestan is going to regret moving forward for these next 5 matches. We'll try and redeem it. But the river, I'm looking at this river on the map feed already. The moment the circle shifts north, because there's a very high likelihood that's exactly what we're going to be witnessing very soon. All of these teams, CH Esports, Afterlife, and MODERNET making that push forward when Major Pride are set up very strongly is going to be tough to execute, as now SM Esports versus MADBULLS is raging on. And SN down to a solo. It's Cody. He's got the angle. Nice opening knock onto Pusher. But can he get the extra 1v2 as the nade comes in and swipes him under the rug? That is SM Esports also out and getting a fat bubble for that match.
Nothing gained there. CH back on our screens next. Another squad that had great opportunities yesterday, but in certain openings had it just fall through the fingertips like grains of sand. They need to build from that today. Afterlife, they've been looking so much more lethal in the finals than what we were getting out of them consistently over the group stage. Zone's going to shift as well. Centers up around the coastal side, so that river taking up a good majority of the play space, fragmenting the land as well. Uh-oh. For Afterlife, they're all actually being sent off one by one. The Grim Reapers swinging their scythes toward them. CH actually locked in for this, it seems. Arabio's trapped in an awful position now, Max.
If you're CH, if you're Cyber Hero, you want to eliminate everyone south of that riverside. Otherwise, your transition is going to be so much harder to execute. So, Revo, you want to get rid of him. Revo, not Revo from Alpha 7. Like, no, we have the Eastern European counterpart. It's Revo. But how aware are they of his location? I'm pretty sure Killer Joe knows. He's seen the smoke coming out. He's seeing all this car and dips that have been created after that fight. They might want to check to make sure there's no off angle. But MODERNET, you can see on the minimap, making a bit of a push forward into the zone, making it to the riverside. Are they actually going to decide to go in the river itself? I'm not sure, but right now they're looking to leapfrog CH Esports, and that's going to be a fight that they just can't escape later on down the line. As Rovo, we can see in the blue zone, and will be taking some tick damage. In the car, though, are they going to let that happen for free? Are they going to start to spray him down, and that is going to be the end for Afterlife. 4 eliminations, not too bad, but definitely not the game they were hoping for.
No, exactly. It's not the end of the world. It's not like they came in with no points to their name, but it certainly could have been better from what we were seeing from them previously. A replay here of some of the action. That's the shot from, of course, Vic's POV and Killer Joe's follow-up to take him out of commission. Meanwhile, back in the live feed, let's have a look how this fight's going down. Oh, Lotab instantly hit by that one. The nade detonates straight in the face. He does land one of his own back onto default as this push is coming up the hillside, trying to handle, of course, this fragmented setup from Moneymakers and Konina Power that are duking it out amongst each other. Havlikaina shot in the back, very low on health, and Pusher follows it up with a final shot into the back of the knee. So he will deal with him, at least for now. This is going to be messy though, mate. The sheer quantity of teams you've got, the options for third parties, the Lions that are just lurking in the distance, and with Moneymakers going down, that's our top squad out of the runnings here on Rondo to hoover up more of the points. Room for teams to expand their lead now.
That's the big issue for Moneymakers this game, is they didn't keep teams at arm's length for long enough, and they just completely surrounded them, and there was no escape whatsoever in that situation. Verenic going to be punished to have that horrible skin on the car. He still has the Attack on Titan one, and that is your fate when you have that skin in the game. But still going to be out of the play zone. Vox also looking to get some more involved, chipping out their heels from a distance onto Strong Team and Konina Power. They don't want to third party it fully. They're just trying to weaken them, use up their resources, their helmet, their vest, their meds, and make sure that the next phase they're going to be in a very weakened state. But this fight, this is the big outlier that I wanted to focus my attention onto, is going to be MODERNET versus CH Esport. Right now, CH Esports not looking too bad. Sure, they do lose a player, but that nade is right on the money. That's going to be down to just Milars now. If they can get rid of him, then they can start to put their focus on the next transition. They do it exactly as needed, and actually the timing is not too shabby, as they will be able to now make their way over into the water, but hopefully no one's looking their way because they're all in fighting each other right in the zone. This might be an opportunity here, Jackie, for them to make the move while no one is really fully focused on them if they're fighting each other.
Yeah, if you can subvert expectations and find a way to sort of sneak in under the guise of all that focused fire, like you say, it could result in an interesting build-up into the later game. Nades on target, perhaps, here. Strong Team lining it up, looking to obliterate what remains of Konina Power, but Mannequin gets domed instantly from Tema on the peak over the ridge side, and the rest of his squad aren't really in a position to do much about it. With that lurk in backwards towards them as well, it looks like their days are numbered. Final shot comes in from downrange as Assorti will handle the situation. Vandal gets dulled, and they all fall down. Just Milky Way here from VP, of course, inside of the smoke, trying to keep his nose clean. Meanwhile, you've got the Killer Joe POV there towards the picture-in-picture as he's pushing up down towards the coastal ridge, trying to take either side of control versus Obli and Pasta that are down inside of the water right now for Major Pride.
Oh, they'll try and survive if they can. And not a bad position to hopefully make it to a podium position. CH Esports and possible transition over the river. It seemed like too much of the focus was still down onto them. And no amount of utility will allow you to make a cross over the river, though. It's Konina Power versus MADBULLS. So far, I don't know why Foopsman went a little bit too aggro as a solo, which he gets punished instantly for that decision. Eugene, he's going to peek around the corner. That's some decent damage with the S12K. Unfortunately, again, Vox, you can see them in the distance. They're third party, and they're pushing them outside of the play zone. It's not looking good. Vox are looking too strong in this particular clash. And just one more nade, it could result in two teams getting instantly demolished in this match. Well, they will attempt to go for the res. Though still strong game from MADBULLS, right? Getting 10 eliminations, 12 eliminations for Konina Power. So some of the big names are stepping up to the plate on this Rondo. But Vox seem like they want to be the one to go the entire way with that chicken dinner, depending on how long this fight takes. The nade rolling on down a little bit, but it will not connect onto Eugene.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're in a great position in terms of consistency and what remains alive for the firepower. So if they could just hoover up the good majority of remaining points, it could be massive for them. They handle what's left of Konina Power, wipe them away. MADBULLS turn attention onto them though, and quickly they start to hemorrhage players down to just a duo, as 2 of them have been knocked. If they can find an opportunity to reset, maybe there's a chance. Luckily, there is that exchange of mutual respect, because Flip wants to save his mate. Or will he just go for the nade? Creeps back up, looks to dash that one in. That's massively on target. Flip doesn't need any backup. He'll handle it himself against Vox, it seems.
Whew, Flip able to save the day. Buying some time to actually go for the res on to push us, so this could be huge. I don't know if he has some utility. 1 nade in that smoke would be huge. But Salty, he knows what's going on over there, but now he has to turn it into a 1v2. Flip, having to swap on over, can't reload on the S12K. It's going to be Organ Hand with a red dot. But that's such a hard weapon to use in that situation when you're fighting uphill, and that is a win for Vox. Sure, 1 player gets knocked, but they're in the zone, they're chilling, they got so much time, and the circle does shift away from them onto now a low blow and also Major Pride. Can Vox make that move inwards to hopefully survive until the top 2? Because right now, everyone heard that fight happening, everyone knows where Vox are going to try and make an entry point from. So they've got to be cautious, but they know the terrain like the back of their hand, and they go for a nice position. Lotos going for that northern high ground position, making sure that no one can really shoot at them as they attempt to make it closer and closer to stage number 7.
Little bit of the macro play on that one as well, but it was nice to see, even when he just heard the footsteps of the push up towards the ridge side, the immediate pre-fire towards the wall to try and make them think about not peeking it. It was good to see, man. I mean, heads up call, great individual play from him, but like we say, it's all done there. So it comes back to this. Of course, our 3 teams that remain alive. Vox playing a blinder, but like you're kind of elaborating on there, Max, it's going to get way harder with everyone knowing exactly where you're coming from. And what have they got left to work with? Limited nades, it seems, on camo. Some of the supplies are surely running low, as it's been quite an elongated back-to-back-to-back battle for them on top of the ridge.
But there's one important thing, though. A low blow have 15 nades. If it gets to the point where we get to stage 8 and everyone's going to be in very close range, those nades are just going to start raining on the team. I don't know if it's going to be on Vox or Major Pride. Maybe both. They have that many. They could do it technically. So you don't want to get in close quarters with a low blow because they are going to rain absolute hell upon you. So those 50 nades are going to be very important.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing as well. It also feels like a low blow yesterday, right? They were hitting that sort of perfect temperature. They were coming out towards the end, showing us some mean stuff, forced themselves into a great position in the final standings. Going into this fight with how much time they've had to sort of play it respectfully, not overly had to be involved, they were always thinking about the late game. So let's see if the proof's in the pudding on this one then.
Major Pride, I'm pretty sure, yeah, a low blow know they're there. I was not 100% sure, but yeah, they're going to know they're going to be playing in these dips behind those cover flares. They do have a few rocks. Look at the transition potential for Major Pride. They got 2 cover flares, 2 rocks literally perfectly aligned for them to get into the zone. You couldn't ask for a better setup, but of course, you've got to do that when the timing's right. Hopefully, when Vox decide to fight a low blow, that will be their time to make the move. But yeah, they've been spotted out. Lotos knows the nades are going to start to rain down upon them. One a little bit too far, but the thing is, these nades are pretty decent. 1 good nade could give them an extra dip to play with. So you've got to make sure if you do chuck some utility in their direction, you chuck them in a good spot, because otherwise you might actually give them a little bit more of an edge in this game. Good C4s.
At least giving himself some extra terrain advantage to play with for the cover in an angle like this. The more that Vox throw out as well towards Major Pride with not full information, the less they have left to actually take the front-on fight versus a low blow when push comes to shove. So you kind of are weighing up your odds here in terms of just how helpful it is using that utility downrange like this. Like you say, this is the easy transition forward as well for Major Pride. You've got space to space cover so they can keep moving and actually block off some of these sight lines against both teams. Seems like they want to try and just push up on it. If they can get a side peek round and attempt to build in. The last nade thrown out for Camo. That one's going to go in deep. Ooh, that's nice.
Almost.
Not enough to knock him, but it's good damage, Max.
Yeah, he's going to retreat. The thing is, I believe Vox are very low on utility. They just had single digits, so I think they used most of them. But again, we got to keep in mind, a low blow had 15, and I think this is their first grenade coming out. Does explode? Oh, that was definitely way too overcooked. But decent angle, decent throw, so can do another attempt if he wants to. Focus. But also they have this off angle of Ayato that he's going to be the big surprise in this game. The bounce not quite onto Obli, but yeah, Ayato, keep an eye on him because sure, he might not get involved early on in this fight. But when it ends, I think he's going to get involved in that conversation and maybe snatching away a solo chicken dinner. So Ayato could be the X factor in stage 9 now. As we are going to be wrapping up this game, we're going to be centering up, and actually it is slightly more in favor on the side of a low blow circle-wise, but the two teams are converging towards them at the same time. Will it be too much for them to bear?
Can they hold the line? Will that Ayato cannon go on full red alert and show us what damage he can do? Nades over the top side, Camo driving in with the car. Assorti eats the first nade as Force crowbars his way into this final fight. Obli replies with a nade of his own. They see their one window to try and make a move on this now. Slowly edging further forward, cover to cover. Camo should be able to get an attention angle onto Focus. Downrange, Lotos takes the risky maneuver. Fights Major Pride, handles that situation. All on Camo then, up against a low blow. He won't be able to show us heroics. They will close it as they walk away with the opening chicken dinner on the grand final day.
Oh, and this is why, Jackie, you hold on to your utility until the very end of the game. He can just win a fight off of utility alone. And in this case, that's exactly what happened for a low blow. Well done indeed. And actually their second Rondo chicken dinner throughout the entirety of the PMCO EEU tournament. So very happy with their performance. And Ayato, I think if he goes down, we could be looking at a potential Major Pride win, but the issue is they couldn't quite make it to the tree line, and Ayato was just a real pain in their side that they couldn't get rid of him. So looking at the elimination spread, is going to be a decent spread, a very low elimination game, right, when it comes to a Rondo match. I do think we might have an actual more points gained by Vox rather than a low blow. But everyone put in, you know, the work and chipped in. You got Moxie 2 eliminations, Ayato also two eliminations for Force, and 1 single elimination for Focus. But everyone was there until the very late stage. Sure, not for Moxie, but outside of that, a strong performance, and especially those nades were golden from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, potentially the other element is there as well, right? Like you say, coming into this one, Vox played a far more aggressive game. They got some great opportunities where honestly their heads were on a swivel. You were fighting 2 teams at once, 3 teams at once, multiple areas where it had to be perfect for them. So you build up some good healing points. For a low blow, even just getting that kind of situational chicken dinner is sort of a message underlined to how they've been playing. It could be good if we ever end up in a tiebreaker situation, if they need an advantage, and it goes to show maybe a change of their mindset for the early flow of maps today.
That's what we need to see, right, from those teams that are getting a bit more desperate for that top 4 is going to be a change of mindset and approach to the overall game. Foopsman, the Foopsening did rain down upon us on Rondo. Over 1,000 damage, and of course, because of that, he will become our MVP of Match 1 on Rondo of today. And that's some really good stats coming out from this guy, and especially a lot of healing. So he was a real tank this game. He was just going right through the action every single time, it seems. And this guy, when he's just set up for success with his teammates, he's not just a strong individual player, Jackie. Usually he's set up by his teammates really well. And in this case, he was just able to really shine through this game. And I want to see more of that, hopefully, on Erangel and Miramar.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice to see if we can get some of that flavor, that fire back for Konina Power. Obviously, they did have a bit of a rough run of it in the group stage. We saw a massive return to form. I'd love to see them really dial it in and bring us their best with You look at Moxie basically running off on a rampage, handling situations where he should be overwhelmed. You've got the entire team being able to perform on a moment's notice. And they really do seem like the candle that burns twice as bright, but not for half as long, for twice as long. They have been giving it the business, so I want to see more of that. Hopefully, we'll get some of it in this game. Like you say, can they get a chicken dinner on each and every one of our battlegrounds? We'll find out.
It's okay. Now I was happy talking about a low blow. Now I'm angry.
Yeah, dial in. Bring back Angry Max.
I thought it happened last time. It happened yesterday, right? We had it happen on one game of Erangel on day 1 of the finals. It's happening again between JDH and HardBass. I thought it was a genuine mistake on that one single game. But they're doing it again. This is clearly an ego thing. And I'm gonna be brutally honest right now. If you are willing to hard commit to a hot drop like this, I don't think you have what it takes to make it to a big event like Eastern Europe, Central Asia, PMGO Finals. I'm sorry, I have to say it. This is not going to cut it. Do you see those teams go for big ego fights in your PMWCs, your PMGO Finals, your PMGCs? Most of the time, no. And even less the champions of those tournaments, right? So this is literally wounding the two teams to such an extent, Jackie, that they just can't crawl back up because it's 3 of your matches out of 6. Yeah, this is a big head scratcher. I'm not sure what's going on.
No, it's great. I think it's a good talking point you bring up. I'm happy to hear you expand on it, right? Because it is one of those where, sure, confidence is one thing, ego's another, right? But if you can't learn to cut your losses, especially last day, grand finals, you look at the games you have left. The fact we saw this happen last time where I think, it resulted in at most, I think it was a duo that walked away from this very awkward kerfuffle between the two. You run something like that here, you're just not going to get far enough. You're not going to have enough healing points. You're not going to be able to get placements off the back of it. You are kneecapping both of your chances at being able to push back in. More so for JDH as well with those 28 points and how they looked on game 1. There's a chance today. So if this goes south and blows up in their face, it is indeed a massive head scratcher.
Well, even if you just lose a single player, you took an L. Yeah. Unless you get 4 eliminations just for a single player to get eliminated, then you can somewhat kind of redeem it if you have a good game. But outside of that, it's not really what you want. Well, of course, great analysis from me. You don't want your players to get eliminated, like, duh, okay? We'll see if that continues going the way for JDH right now. Sure, losing strict Coco, but they do find that first elimination instantly flushed on the rooftop by Icon, so that's going to be a nice start to the fight for them. Otherwise, it's just down to CQC, and they're dropping maximum in, 2 to 3 apartment complexes, meaning the loot is going to be stretched very thinly between all these members. I mean, look, for example, at Worthin, right? I don't believe I saw any helmet or vest, or at least not a good high-level one. Ray Kage's got a tier 3 vest, but it's already a little bit damaged, and only a tier 1 helmet. 1 headshot, he's dead. So, this is not the way for these guys, but this fight, because of the staircase, it takes ages every single time. So we're looking at a possible 5-minute fight. It's just going to last for a while.
Especially with, like you say, how underlooted you are. You're in a position where you make one mistake, you leave one stone unturned, it's all gone. He's just kind of trying to zone as well with that explosive bow, considering how low his health is, just baiting and making sound. He's effectively ringing the dinner bell to hope for an engage from them. First sets himself up with that nade, seeing if he can cast it into the hallway if push comes to shove. But yeah, this is probably going to just result in a bit of a... more of a petering out than a big finale between the two of them, it seems.
Yeah. Oh, I want to drop in Yasnaya. No, we've got Rondo instead. It's just Rondo at home. This is the drop. Oh, what a nade from Fuse, though. That's a great opening knock. Are they going to try and convert around that? Would be a good time to do so. But Franz, he's looking to just reposition. Jumping on down onto the first floor. Looking to take the fight with the pump. 3 bullets left now in the chamber. He's got to try and go for a quick reload. Not going to be enough, but Fuse, that's an angle you want to try and get for yourself. Icon 2 left now, stranded as a solo in his eastern apartment complex. But Ray Kage sells us. They know exactly where he's positioned. Ooh, almost able to get some damage, but no bullets quite connect. And now the 1v3 is coming his way. Good Molotov to buy a bit of time, but that's his last Molotov, his last piece of aggressive utility. Sure, he does have one flashbang. If he times it right, maybe we could see a flashbang clutch and also a C4, actually. I didn't see the C4. I don't think it's going to make a big difference, though.
No, don't think it's really going to give him too much to work with. There was the picture-in-picture there as well on the right side of your screen for the viewers at home. Context on that. Seems like Vox went for a compound crash up against MODERNET. At one point, they went down to a single player. They do win that fight and have been able to pick themselves back up. They've suffered one casualty, but MODERNET have been eliminated as our first team to go out here on the opening Erangel today, Max.
Just to highlight my point again of these hot drops, these early fights really hurt you. Look at the leaderboards. All the teams that are suffering early casualties, second half of the rankings. All the teams that are playing it smart in the early game, not taking any ego fights, not going for weird rotations into any teams, they're at the top of the rankings, right? So this is a very clear statement that this is not a viable option in 99.9% of cases. Sorry, I'm very passionate about this, Jackie. Can you tell? I hate this so much. It just keeps happening every time as Icon's looking to defend with a pump once more.
No, it makes complete sense, Max. I love to hear you go off about stuff like this because it is, you know, it's stuff you need to know. It's what's going to help you improve as well, and it's always good to get your take on the more intricacies. You can see the knock-on effect as well, right? The amazing replay package there from the production team. Shout out, guys. Good job on that one. But Vox then get third-partied afterwards. Dagestan, I believe it was, saw the writing on the walls. They've roamed in, cleaned up. 3 elimination points for absolutely free, Max. 2 of the players on Vox there had about 2 HP to play with, so they've just been blown to bits.
Yeah, a little bit of damage, and that's going to be game over for Jet. Okay, they did not want to take that fight. That's a bit of BM coming through, but you know what? Maybe you deserve it. You do lose a player, 4 points to their name. As we now focus on the actual game of PUBG Mobile, as teams are going to be moving forward. But now we have a little bit of time to relax. I wanted to ask you a question, Jackie, because we did have some people I saw early in the chat before the show started asking about our predictions. And I wanted to ask you, do you have possibly a top 4 in mind? If you don't have a top 4, maybe 1, 2 teams, that's fine. But do you have some predictions you're like very confident will be making it to the EECA Finals?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to go for a top 4 on this one. You know, I do think, actually, 100%, Max, I'm going to go for the risky pick. And I know it's less impactful now they've already had a great game 1. But I do genuinely think not only will a low blow be our dark horse, I'd love to see him take that first spot. I'm going to even give them my favor on that one and hope I don't curse them. I think a low blow lock-in top spot. I think you're going to have a bit of a breakdown where Dagestan are going to actually find themselves in the top 4. I don't know where at this point. I then think we're going to see a return from Moneymakers, maybe a second place, maybe a first if they can beat out the rest of the squads. Third team in there gets a bit harder at that point. You know what? I think I'd say there's a timeline where Afterlife can do it. And as wacky and as wild as that would be, I will go for that being my top 4. My personal top 4. Let's go for Dagestan, a low blow, Afterlife, and Moneymakers.
Ooh, okay. I mean, yeah, the names make sense. I do like the Afterlife pick. That's a good underdog team. They're currently on the cusp, right? They're, what, 3-4 points over 5th place of MADBULLS, so they're currently looking, you know, a bit shaky. 1 bad game, and they could be just falling out of contention for the top 4. But you still got 5 matches to go, so it could happen. So, no, I like the picks. If I can also give my predictions, I've already thought about them for a little while. Quickly to go through it, I'm going to say a low blow, Moneymakers, Major Pride, our current top 3. Not big surprise. I expect a bit of a step up from Konina Power. I know I had Virtus.pro as my initial like champions prediction. I haven't seen anything to warrant an extra prediction on them. I'm going Konina Power. I think they're going to be our 4th place team to make it to EECA. And yeah, hopefully that's going to work out great for them. Though, looking at Major Pride, one of our picks here, that is also taking a bit of a beating, apparently, with the nades coming their way. AZ looking to pick him up, but the nade is on the money. And that's Magnum, unfortunately, not able to make it in the car. Oh, that was so unfortunate. So close for AZ, but just no cigar at that moment.
I think that's good, by the way. I was even kind of umming and ahhing over the KP pick because I feel like they have gotten way better than what we were seeing initially, right? Where it was kind of, I don't know, you could poke them with a stick and just be like, do they have a pulse? But they're alive, and they have been showing us signs of some great plays. So, yeah, man, I'd love to see that. It's a good topic of conversation, though. Let us know, of course, your choices as well. We are always curious. It's nice to get the bit of conversation sparked around our exciting squads that are fighting
for those spots. Let's see what the lay of the land is, though, and what we're working with on this one. In reality, of course, only the 3 squads that went down were the ones that were obliterated in the opening couple minutes that we touched on there. Otherwise, the teams that are playing it a little bit smarter have been able to keep themselves alive for longer and have got themselves into a better position to try and cook on this one. Moneymakers here, you got their compound as they're taking a bit of time to get looted, booted, and suited. You've got Konina Power as well making their way down. Go on, Max.
Wait, Jackie. Did you just call that a compound? That is not a compound. That is known as God Compound, okay? If you're going to talk about it, it's God Compound. Get
Put
it right.
the emphasis on its name.
Yes! Oh, it's not circle though. Okay, well, it's not anymore. Okay, now it's a compound. Okay.
Yeah. Now it's out of the zone load.
Oh. But yes, God Compound. So next time you know.
All right, mate. I appreciate you. Got you
I feel
on
like a teacher.
Bad, Max, today. Yeah. You're an alphabet man.
Yeah.
Can't believe it. I'm sorry, sir.
It's okay. We'll talk about it after the show. Okay, we'll have a little 1v1.
We'll do it in our
1v1. I mean a
review,
one-on-one conversation. No 1v1. I'll see you on the ring.
God damn. All right, I'll see you in Rondo. My bad.
Woo, in New York, so let's go. Afterlife, looking to chase down some stragglers of Major Pride. Seems like one of them is going to get picked off and confirmed by Nomi. It's going to be Asta himself. No Pasta today, it seems. This is weird, yeah. A lot of players just moving around randomly with no real intention, it seems, in these fields next to Gatka fields. Well, actually, in the Gatka fields. As Dagestan, actually, this is a very strong 2-1-1 split we're seeing from them. It's quite risky. You get one player knocked and the entire situation kind of falls apart for you. But right now, it's good enough when it comes to zoning, scaring teams away, and able to get himself some, decent presence early on, already up to 4 eliminations, which is good on phase 2. Now actually going into phase 3 of an Erangel game. That's some solid presence.
That's what you want, mate. Presence in PUBG Mobile is like presents at Christmas. Because you need to be there to win or get points. Food for thought on that one. Things that make you go, Anyway.
Oh, wow. Riveting.
Oh, God. Right, bit of looting going on as well. You see Tema getting himself supplied up from the airdrop, and that is your Konina Power choice of a squad that could potentially start to force their way back into a better position, show us what they're made of. I've obviously been trailing further down, ever so slightly out of dodge behind the Moneymakers for a brief period now. I mean, VP kind of center zone to play with in terms of the setup right now. I'm curious to see if they'll at least find some footing, man. Give us a taste of what they can do. I don't want to feel like we're dogging on them, but it's just not. It's not been there today, buddy. It's not been yesterday. Yeah.
Still got 5 matches for this, so still some opportunities. Why is there a solo of Konina Power here? Not too sure. He's going to get punished for that. Nice elimination for Afterlife. It seems like are just chasing down stragglers. They find a solo somewhere and they just race down on his location to get that point. They're very aggressive today. Which is kind of surprising, right? Because they are team in top 4. You even picked them right in your top 4 predictions here, Jackie, and they are going absolutely ballistic in this game. Not sure what's changed. This feels like a different team, in my opinion, mindset-wise at least. They're going completely differently from what we've seen before. But so far, it's been paying out really nicely.
No, it's sick, man. Ooh. It's intriguing as well, obviously, as what we lose Major Pride this early on off the back of this fight. Again, that's one of the teams that's kind of edge guarding. That's that joint second place in terms of the raw points with Moneymakers. So you're giving some room here. We get a better quality game out of Afterlife for the long run. They could force themselves up some of the stock as well. And for a low blow, their eyes probably lighting up, just thinking we can take this slow, we can build into it. VP in the head-to-head, chucking nades towards them. They do dash back in the vehicle and bail out for now.
Well, they're stuck.
Yeah.
They've only got a 2-seater left, if I'm not mistaken. And the last time I saw, they have 4 players. So that, unless what you can do, you can put players on the front of the car, right? Still not the best option. So actually, that nade, that triple nade, technically on the 2 cars, is very impactful. So well done from the side of VP. Going to be happy about that trade-off. But Dagestan, they did move away from that 2-1-1 split I mentioned earlier, going for a full regroup as they are going to get breached up, it seems, by SM Esports. But that's shut down pretty much right away by Zadira and Freezer. Double headshot back-to-back. And SM didn't even send Fix. They just tried to go for a double push, it seems. And Dagestan, they've dealt with these situations in the past. They know how to deal with it. And, yeah, just trying to survive now. Fix is just trying to somewhat redeem this game. Maybe find a bush to hide in somewhere. But even then, Dagestan are going to spray him down and hopefully get that squad wipe onto SM Esports. That so far, I've had a terrible, horrible finals. I only got 4 points, which, as of right now, is definitely not going to cut it to be close enough to compete for that top 4 by a long shot.
I think, to be fair, when you invent words like that in situations like this, they do actually summarize how it's been going pretty accurately. So I'll give you that one. That can go in the Oxford. I think that,
I do that
that's
often.
a place. Yeah.
Like sometimes, I don't know why. I think maybe because also I'm bilingual, so I'm French-English. Sometimes I have 2 words. I was thinking of horrible in English, but in French I was thinking terrible because sometimes it's my brain's a mess,
okay.
and I just do a fusion
A
of the
merging
words.
of the two.
Yeah.
No, that's good. That's good. It's like the Dragon Ball Z fusion dance. Put them together, it makes them even stronger. So I'll take it, buddy. I like it. I'm always here for the max vocab. But let's see what we're going to be getting out of our teams. What will they be putting down? What capitals? What punctuation in PUBG Mobile? Look at Moxie coming in. He's like the Iron Dome just rolling up towards them. This big hovercraft on the periphery of the vision there. He's actually going to have a good read onto things. Looked like he jumped out for a second as well, so he can have some space to play with from the side. Yeah, he gets a nade out, hops back in. Nearly the full commit from that. Vic is living hell right now. Wix has already been hit. This is not going too great for CH, mate.
Yeah, they're going to get just completely battered with utility, and they're even losing the wheels on his buggy, so just really denying that rotation potential, and he's denied rotation potential even more because he is in fact eliminated, so that's going to be quite tough to play around. But this circle is really tough. There's only 2 teams currently in the zone in Aloblo and Wake, and Aloblo, if they get another win here, Jackie back-to-back, which they've done in the group stage, by the way, on the Rondo and Erangel, so very similar kind of situation for them. They secure their spot 100%. No chance they move out of that top 4 because pretty much the point threshold to be in top 4 at the end is about 100 points. If you get to 100 points, it's a very big chance you will be moving to the Eastern Europe Central Asia Finals. They're just, what is that, 23 points away? 1 chicken dinner. They're there, Jackie. So they are looking to go big on this match.
Yeah, give it your all. Carve that path for yourself. And honestly, it feels like it's certainly achievable. For Foopsmound and Tamer, though, what does this dastardly duo get up to? You know, it feels like the entire time in the finals, whenever we join Strong Team, they're always in some sort of comedic situation compared to what we were seeing in the groups, you know?
We need Benny Hill music every time we're on their POV.
I know.
Which is very fitting. They're just like in some ditch somewhere or just trying to get a car unstuck. Like, I think one time we saw them in Miramar, the car was like flipped on its back.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been a bit of a weird one for them. They do find a way to get the vehicle out and, I mean, alive for now. Low tap, though, not really in a great position, is he? It always feels like it's only one player alive for this team. Where's that strength gone?
Where's
they need
Big
their
Mac?
protein. Yeah, where is Big Mac? I haven't said his name for 2 days.
Yeah, like you say, it's a very comedic team to watch, and one of their best players is Big Mac, and he's called Big Mac. So even then, it's always some comedy value when you look at this team. But yeah, Big Mac has just not been able to replicate his success of the group stage in the finals. Still has an opportunity of doing so maybe later on down the line, but anyways, will it be enough? Will one Big Mac clutch be enough to secure top 4? Definitely not. But maybe they can get a little bit of an extra pay raise moving forward in these leaderboards. Moneymakers going to be looking to encroach on the terrain of Dagestan up northwest. But the thing is, they still have the fight happening with themselves and Afterlife. So they got to pick one fight. They're stretching themselves very thinly, and as I say that, they do take one big knock onto default. and now actually even losing Havlikaina. So they were just doing too much at once. This is the issue with moneymakers, just getting too involved in too many fights at once, and then they stretch so thinly they can't take the fight anymore. They got to fix that, because that could be the reason why they might fall out of top 4 moving forward in these matches.
And honestly, they might have just enabled Dagestan to go off on a bit of a tear as well. You fed them those first 2 elims, the rest of the squad now fully gone. So yeah, they do completely overwhelm themselves with opportunities. Saw so many players, couldn't decide who to prioritize, go down because of it. Exchange of nades between VP and Konina Power. If they take each other out, again, you've got Dagestan, but you've also got Afterlife. These are 2 squads that love to come in as a third party and absorb all of the remaining points that they can get their hands on. Oh god, even low tabs caught in the middle of it all. Strong teams terror still continues. A low blow also finding an opportunity to show up in the elim feed there as Ayato gets another shot off down the range to punish onto one of the players. Tema's been bonneted by Milky Way, so he's been hit heavy. God, I hope he's got car insurance.
Hopefully, he's going to have a bit of a bad time with that car. Oh, the nade is on the money. Low tab is out. So the thing is with these smokes in open areas, if you do a smoke, you're just asking to get naded. I think he maybe could have moved over to a tree and just maybe do a bait play with a smoke. But he did not go for it, and now it's going to be him going out relatively early in this match. And actually, I believe making at least 1 placement point. He just got eliminated in 8th place. So at least they get something out of this match, but it's not quite enough to initiate that comeback we mentioned earlier. Foopsman, though, the Foops inning is not going to be enough to also leave that shed in the field. So I think at that point, just denied. That's an impossible rotation to execute. But looking at the position, you said it right. Dagestan somewhat enabled by moneymakers, Jackie, because they got eliminated and took too many fights at once. It's looking really close between Dagestan and a low blow to take home this chicken dinner, because they got so much real estate control in this circle right now.
Oh yeah, dude. A dream scenario for me in terms of predictions overall as well. If we get a low blow Afterlife and Dagestan forcing themselves through into a final 3 fight between them, that's a big chunk of points all of them could take home in terms of the pot. And they do look like they're in a position to potentially convert that. Squads to contend with, though. Ooh, I was going to say MADBULLS, but I mean, in reality, maybe just down to the 1 MADBULL in a second's time. As a low blow have been able to hit those nades right on target, and they're closing the distance between them. You can say goodbye to Flip. 2Licker throws 1 back out. That's given a read for Force, though. He knows where they are now. Bullets bamming into him from the side. He's got to tuck in behind that hard cover. Is that Dagestan coming in from the rear? Or Max, they smell the blood in the water. They want to commit onto this. Again, that third-party mindset comes back.
The thing is, this is the win condition for low blow, is to eliminate MADBULLS, and I think Dagestan know that's their win condition. So if they eliminate them while they're actively fighting, they're going to get them while they're at their weakest. So right now, Dagestan, you said it right, the third-party team by default. They've had so many opportunities throughout the entirety of these finals, and they just keep striking when the iron is hot time and time and time again. Nice elimination for Nomi on the buggy. 12 elims, and the thing is, it looks effortless. Like, every time we see them fight, they get the engagement, it lasts 5 to 10 seconds tops, and they just get easy points in the process. So right now, this team is looking as deadly as ever with that 3-1 split. Keeping 3 players to keep tabs onto Ayato and Moxie, again, the survivor of the group stage. Moxie's been crazy consistent on that survival time. But as I have that entry point, I'm not looking too confident that they can make an exit, because Dagestan is so controlling in this game, you can't escape their gaze.
Oh, they are just leering and staring at the competition, turning them to stone time and time again. Nades impacting back onto a low blow. Moxie and Ayato need to have the best placed nades we've ever seen if they want a chance to hold back this oncoming assailant of Dagestan's roster. They're getting close, but it's not quite bursting. Primed on target. Pre-pod with a peek out. Sees the back of Ayato's head and hits that one heavy. Moxie now reeling to try and recover. Nomi will flush onto the downed man, and all of those chances for a low blow to do it with a back-to-back chicken dinner here on the grand finals day have slipped through their fingertips unless Moxie can do something heroic.
I just saw, by the way, Pre-pod is on his last clip on the AUG, so he's going to be very low ammunition-wise. VP going to get pushed up with, oh, he's playing the FAMAS. I said it, we didn't see the FAMAS being played too much, but here that could be a clutch-worthy weapon as he's getting pushed up by the entirety of Afterlife. Moxie also doing a clutch of his own on Sadira, gets one elim, instantly confirms it, but yet the FAMAS is not quite enough. Afterlife get the elimination, confirm all of the fight versus VP on that shed, and now we're down to the last 3 teams. There is still a solo of Futsman that I genuinely did not think would be able to leave that shed in the fields, Jackie. He made the push up, he's on the high ground, and he's still got 3 nades that could be so impactful in this finishing moment of the game.
Okay, here we go then. It's not quite what we expected, but we'll still be happy to see it with the position we found ourselves in. What level of Foops per minute are we reaching in a triple threat like this? Afterlife, they encroach further forward, trying to get an advanced position to play with, find some better cover, better angles. The Dagestan cheaters have tracked down their prey, and they will pounce Foopsman out of the running. They slice their way through the horse and leave us into our head-to-head. 3 players from either side, Afterlife or Dagestan.
Dagestan's got center position. We still have one hard shift that could be happening on phase 8. So if he goes down south, there's an opportunity for Afterlife, but otherwise, once these smokes are done blooming and dissipate, they're going to be spotted out relatively easily by Dagestan if they do get a little bit of a third-person perspective advantage, because they do have a bit more elevation compared to Afterlife. It's down to a proper 3v3 here, so it's up in the air. Anyone could really come out on top and take that chicken dinner, but phase 8 does favor Dagestan 77 for that win. The big outlier is going to be how much utility is remaining for Dagestan, because they used a lot of their nades earlier versus a low blow. Do they still have a few? Yet 2 nades indeed in the hands of Nomi at least, which could be very important if we do see some players of Afterlife to try and find cover and refuge behind trees or rocks. So it's going to be down to the utility. Even Windy's got 3 nades, so it seemed like everyone held on to their utility, which we saw in Rondo is very important in the final circle to have. So 1 nade, and it can unlock your win scenario right away if you hit it right on its head. 1 nade chucked by Zixi, but it is going to be slightly too short on that throw towards Freezer.
Yeah, Freezer pulls further back as well. All got vehicles at their disposal for the scouting play, so they can keep themselves moving and try and get a read, a better assess on the situation. Biding time for now. You don't want to be the first domino to fall in a head-to-head like this for a final fight. Creep up from pre-pod, barely on the precipice of getting a line of sight onto Misha. He can stand up, goes for the engagement. Oh, nearly the spray into both of them as well with the lineup and the scout in the back line. That's 1 man down. Here's the reply. They dive out of the vehicle. Drive-by action from Nomi. He's gliding in to cut his way through, and that's what it takes for Dagestan to get their chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, Nomi was not on any car. He was on a bloody catapult right there, just launching his way right into the enemy team to claim that chicken dinner. What a game from Dagestan 77. And before this game, right, Dagestan were looking actually pretty decent in the rankings. They were in ninth position, which is still in a position that 1 good game can launch you right up in the top 4, because they were around the 50-point mark, and top 4 were at 50, I believe 58 or 59. My leaderboard's image is very small, so I can't tell exactly all the numbers. But this game, I think, puts them in top 4 right now, Jackie. So that is a team that is going to be looking good on your prediction chart, and will be looking to hold down that position for the next 4 matches to come. Oh, yeah, 8 elims.
Yeah, I know, okay. Right? It's mad. Like, Nomi was popping off. The team was getting into a groove of things. And again, it just feels like it's that same story where Dagestan previously, when teams were showing them respect, when they were kind of being looked at as like, oh, you know, Dagestan's here, they're in the group stage. People were avoiding them a little bit. Now they've come into the swing of things where it feels like some squads have kind of forgotten about it. A lot of infighting, everyone's worrying about their own game. So all they've got to do is look for favorable fights, third party onto it, and they are cleaning up. The gun skill today is looking brilliant.
It is. I mean, this is a Rondo-esque Erangel we just witnessed from Dagestan. Almost a 20 elimination bomb is an absolute statement that this team means business in these Eastern Europe finals for PMCO, and right now 28 points is going to be right what they needed at the perfect time also. And Afterlife, the thing is, they're still behind them. We are not seeing big points coming in from Moneymakers, because they were doing too much all at once on that western side. So if any team might fall out of contention out of those top 4, I think it might be moneymakers, which is kind of unexpected. As you go check out the stats, Nomi's going to be #1 everywhere. Who's surprised? Definitely not me. He's just had an absolute banger of a performance. Well done.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to 2 of our other players there as well. Moxie, always talented, and Windy certainly showing that he has made a strong stuff. Excited to see how his career goes later on down the line, mate. I think he's definitely one for the future. Nomi, though, a known quantity because he is just bloody brilliant. Look at the damage and stats here. Good output from him. Finding those elims, some crisp shots, and just being able to pick off any weakened target that dares to cross his path in a battleground.
It's what you call the PMGC diff, okay? He's just, he's executing the diff on everyone in this lobby, and he's proving why he's one of the best, literally not of the region, he's one of the best players in the world right now, and he's making a statement that he means business going into these finals. Can we see another Dagestan win throughout these next 4 matches? I definitely think so, because this team is just looking like they've turned it up to 11, and they are a menace in every single one of these matches we've seen so far today.
Yeah, they're giving it the business. Let's see if it will continue or if it starts to abruptly end. Hopefully, for fans of the team, they'll keep this energy up because it's exciting to watch. Same as our tournament here. So join us for more of the action in the Club Open as we come back after the break.
This one, but the prime is pulling up, and then
The battle isn't over yet. 13 teams fought their way through the semi-finals. A low blow, major pride, moneymakers and others, ready to prove it wasn't luck. And also, 3 teams earned their direct invite. MADBULLS are focused, they're determined, but so is CH Esports, and they don't lose easily. And Virtus.pro, nobody's writing them off. Now, all 16 teams are here. Clutch plays, dominant squads, one mistake can change the whole game. 2 days, 12 matches, 1 champion. Don't miss the finals. April 11th through the 12th, watch live.
Konina Power plays the shots on target though. He holds the line, Max.
Sandstorms return. Uncover hidden relics. Awaken the mystery. Ride the sand giant.
But the pride is pulling up, and then
The battle isn't over yet. 13 teams fought their way through the semi-finals. A low blow, major pride, moneymakers and others ready to prove it wasn't luck. And also, 3 teams earned their direct invite. MADBULLS are focused, they're determined, but so is CH Esports, and they don't lose easily. And Virtus.pro, nobody's writing them off. Now, all 16 teams are here. Clutch plays, dominant squads, one mistake can change the whole game. 2 days, 12 matches, 1 champion. Don't miss the finals, April 11th through the 12th, watch live.
Konina Power plays the shots on target though. He holds the line, Max.
Serious business here. Look at him wojacking. Oh, Max. That's good. You're nailing that, actually, mate. That should probably be in the next thumbnail of your prediction video. Want to hit us with any quick facts? What's going on inside the brain box? Max, what do the people need to know?
A quick fact. Do you know why kings used to, cheer their glasses together before?
No, why?
To check if there was poison, because the liquid would mix. So if they were getting poisoned, they would both get poisoned. So no one would poison anyone with wine. There you go.
Mutually assured destruction. I see. Okay, that's
the first thing that came to mind. You caught me off guard.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, it makes sense. That French heritage of yours, you must know about the nobles, so I'm glad to have you here on the stream. Talk to me about the nobility that's on screen, though, Max. What are we saying?
Oh, the 2 chicken dinner nobility. It's a low blow. It's Dagestan, and it's major pride right now, looking very strong, especially Dagestan. As you said earlier, I want to steal what you were talking about, that they're just the third-party centric team, right? They see an opportunity to strike, and they're just going to completely catch you with your pants down. So really strong prowess and showcase from this team. 51 eliminations currently to their name. Maybe looking to overtake a low blow for the very first time of the tournament. But we did then indeed say, and I was mentioning it earlier, if moneymakers have another bad game, they're going to fall out, and that's exactly what we did witness here. After that poor Rondo, followed up by a bad Erangel, they are slipping big time, which you can't afford to see, because right now the top 4 that we witnessed are just looking incredibly consistent. Even Afterlife, sure, they didn't have the biggest performance of a lifetime, but they're still getting consistent placement points, which is going to be a real threat when you only have 4 slots, Jackie, to make it to the PMGO Regional Finals.
Yeah, you got to show up. You got to leave no holes barred. You know, you bring absolutely everything that will give you an advantage. Tables, ladders, chairs. Get your elbows involved in a mix, Max. You can see our team comparison here of overall stats as well. Difference in terms of elims for moneymakers, but the fall off has been vast in terms of getting those W's under the belt, which is why we highlight major pride there on the other side. 2 Erangels left to go, and then 2 Miramars.
That's it, Max. There's not a day free. There's not another secret hidden map. We have legitimately 4 battlegrounds remaining, a duo of both of our most popular battlegrounds. This is where surely we're going to be reaching a fever pitch, right?
Yeah, it's going to get real hectic, especially going into Miramar, because teams are going to get very desperate, maybe looking to go for a hot drop. In that case, those hot drops make kind of sense because you are looking to make a last-ditch effort to hopefully make in the top 4 and reach that EECA Finals. But here we have it. Second Erangel of the day. We're back on the grassy pastures with a playing path that it should be fair for a majority of the teams. We're starting off at Stolba. I believe it will be reaching next to Primorsk on the opposite side of the map, so literally dead center for these teams. I couldn't ask for a better playing path, realistically. But I wanna, you know, increase what's at stake right now, Jackie, a little bit, because our big storyline, right, has been all these teams are competing for the top 4 to make it to the Eastern Europe, Central Asia Finals, which then gives them an opportunity to reach the PMGO LAN event finals in Jakarta, right? That's the main storyline we mentioned the entirety of this PMCO. But we also need to keep in mind, and I double-checked just to make sure I'm not saying absolute nonsense. The EECA PMGO Finals also are your qualification tournament for PMWC, which, by the way, is a very small, you know, $3 million prize pool tournament. You know, it's just you can't, that's Jackie's day, right? You know, so it's decent for these guys. But so it's literally the way for you to qualify to the 2 biggest tournaments of the spring 2026 season. It's not just PMGO Finals, it's also PMWC, which also has an impact on your PMGC rankings. So literally, if you make it to EECA, you have a chance to play in the 3 biggest global events of the year. No pressure, though.
No, yeah, that's what I mean, right? When you give the context like that, you really do put this into perspective for everyone. And I imagine the teams that have probably done their research in terms of this, just why there could potentially be so much pressure on some of these squads, because this is your lifeblood. This is your qualification process, a stepping stone of stepping stones that gives you a pathway to not only be relevant in the opening quarters of the year, but potentially actually make your mark on PUBG Mobile's legacy in 2026 with a full stop.
Yeah, exactly. For example, you're looking at Virtus.pro, you don't qualify here, we don't see them until full season. And that's a big org. Those are big names that literally miss out on half of the entirety of 2026. So when we say there's no room for mistakes, you know, we mean it because, of course, it's important. But literally, for these teams, it's do or die. So you can't... Oh, okay. Well, JDH. By the way, JDH, no hot drop in Yasnaya. So that's a thumbs up for me. Well done. Yeah, there's so much at stake. And I'm happy we're here talking about the game, Jackie, because there's so much on the line. I would falter. I would crumble under that pressure because there's so much really to play for in these games. So, yeah, I'm again happy being here. As we look at MODERNET, Manar's getting pushed to a solo by 2 players of MP, Major Pride.
Malar, how's he going to handle this one? Spray with an AK, but it's not a good day today. No, mate. That's completely gone south for him. Ice Cube would be disappointed. Goes down in the close range angle. Oh, look, it's your favorite.
Yes! Sorry, I got a little too excited about the... Could you tell? I don't know. I wonder what they got from that, genuinely. Wake is going to have solo player Coopin getting popped off by 4 players, it seems, of Vox. We said it on the Rondo game, right, Jackie? This team feels completely different. They went from a chill early game, like playing the more passive approach of the match, early stage, and now they just see you, they chase you down, they take your life, they get the point, and they go chase down another player after you. Like this team means business now. They're so different.
Oh yeah, they're coming out swinging, just giving it the beans. It really is nice to see that rise. Always nice to see this as well. You know why?
Why? What?
No, come on, don't. It's Grand Finals day, Max. We can't spend half an hour talking about horses again.
Oh, wait, no. I was still on the loot truck. Sorry, I was just thinking about what they got. So I was like, what?
Your mind's still in different places.
Yeah. Maybe they looted a horse from the loot truck. You know,
ooh, armored horse.
Hey, maybe you can it's like Exodia. You find the different pieces of the horse around the map, and then you build the super horse. Or is it Cloptimus Prime?
Be good. Yeah, Cloptimus Prime, mate. Yeah.
You put it together, left leg of Cloptimus, you know, mounted minigun of Cloptimus. Put the whole thing together, you ride that into battle. Yeah, that's actually going to be in the game for World Cup, actually, I've heard.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing, yeah. Cease and desist has been sent to stop spreading misinformation. Just to go on this serious topic, by the way, we mentioned it already yesterday. We did have this circle where it's pretty much 50-50 of mainland and Somnovka Island. We had that once again, and it's the worst Phase 1 circle you could ever have in PUBG Mobile, and we have it twice in these finals. So you've got to take a big gamble once more. It did go over to the mainland yesterday. Will it go to Somnovka this time? Because we have yet to have a proper military island finish these finals on Erangel. So I would like to have at least one happen today.
Yeah, you might. I don't know how much the teams might enjoy it, though. We'll see.
Well, they don't have a choice.
The way the cookie crumbles. Yeah, true. Yeah, I suppose you're not benevolent like that. You're more of a Maleficent Max man today.
I enjoy the madness of the games, you know? Like, as if the entertainment value is there, I like it when the teams struggle a little bit. And you've got to be tested, right? So
yeah, dude.
That's what I want.
I mean, look, you know, if you're not sort of pushed to your limits in situations like this, you won't have that added experience. That's why we've seen some of our best squads being able to handle really uncomfortable situations, right? Come back from some of the worst. It's given us some of the most amazing storylines of a PUBG Mobile sort of esports history as well, where you've had those return to forms, those unexpected comebacks that grind throughout a day. It's really provided us with some entertaining content. So they got to have themselves some air of confidence no matter what situation they're thrown in. That's why I think it's a nice point you raise as well about sort of teams being able to handle this idea of the long-term pressure, what comes ahead of them. You'll notice how some teams sort of handle it very differently, right? Where they'll just be thinking it on a case-by-case basis, even game by game. Take it as a one, take it as another one. Some squads instead, they do like to visualize that idea of the future. Think about how far they can push, what they can achieve, and in some cases it motivates them to give it their all.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's just going to put them in the right mindset to just go even more crazy in these games and get these big pointers, like what we saw from Dagestan, right? 18 elimination chicken dinner. If you don't have the right mindset, chances are you might not be able to achieve it. So you've got to have things locked in place in terms of how you want to play out these matches and pretty much the entirety of the tournament and what's going to be your angle to take it on. Few teams going for their wider rotation. We did see, for a quick second on the minimap, we did witness that we did have a team in Zaki, which you don't see very often in PUBG Mobile Esport. Normally Zaki, you barely see a team even get slightly closer to there. Sometimes you'll see Alpha 7, I guess, slowly encroach on Zaki when they're playing a global event, but otherwise it's really free. So no, you can see that Konina Power do not want to go out early. That's the only reason a team would ever go to Zaki, is because they know there's a lot on the line and they just don't want to go out Phase 1 and don't want to take that risk of encountering teams on an early Phase 1 rotation. So I'm fine with it. The loot also is not too shabby in Zaki itself, so they're going to be very cautious, though I can't say the same thing about SM Esports, it seems. And Dagestan, one player knocked on both sides. Zadira, literally in such a terrible position, is not worth rezzing. I hope Dagestan don't try and attempt to bring him back, because that is just not worth it.
Yeah, when I saw it in the Elim feed off to the side there, it looked like maybe Zero just found the pick, but getting the establisher, you can see, like you say, it's both of them going down, and it's absolutely not worth the risk of going for it. SM have already replied and saved their mate. You really can't pick him up. They're going to run him down. Basically just baiting to see if anyone will walk over and try and grab him before they flush onto him. Oh, no. But they know the cookie's crumbled. He's dealt with. And the rest of the team's already repositioned. Oh, mate, hello. What do you think of this one, Max? Look at this new zone.
Yeah, no, goodbye. Okay, this is maybe a bit too bad of a circle. Literally, you have 25% of the circle playable because there's a very slim chance, right, that it's going to be going back to the mainland unless you have, like, the perfect setup with consistent northern hard shift after northern hard shift after northern hard shift. Otherwise, it's going to be some North-Cam. We can see teams like Moneymakers already set up successfully on the cliffside, looking to maybe negate teams moving in with boats, with hovercraft, maybe even glider rotations. We'll have to keep in mind that could be an option for some of these teams. If they want to go for one of those quick early rotates, but into the side of Ferry Pier, western side of Ferry Pier. It's going to be JDH. Decent compound position, looking towards the players of Afterlife on the beaches. It's going to be quite tough to confirm that elimination, but I would still not recommend them to go for that res Afterlife, just maybe looking to survive as a trio. But JDH looking to push outside of their own buildings with a hovercraft. Now, that is a bit too risky, in my opinion. They will be taking a fair shot with a 1v1, and he's still in that hovercraft looking to squish him, but no, he's in his own car. What? This I don't like this. What is going on?
This is so uncomfortable in so many different ways. Strict on a dive out. Oh, what? The backline shot actually connects. He goes down off the back of the detonation onto the hovercraft, Max.
I was looking and I was not understanding what was happening in that fight, but yeah, the hovercraft is going to be taken out fully. He's going to be exploding, doing some decent damage actually onto Strict Coco. As Afterlife, yeah, fully stranded on the beach. They just could not escape their fate. As Worthin going to attempt to crawl his way back to Icon, but HardBass have been quick on the pivot, looking to third party the entire western location of Ferry Pit. As now we go over to the main island portion of this game, and it's going to be SM Esports after a quick early pivot. They are putting their focus onto MODERNET. Have just not been able to really reach the later portion of these matches, except on Rondo. On Erangel has been a really different story. And here, once more, they do encounter a really bad early fight, and they're taken out so soon. 0 points once more. MODERNET really not able to have that comeback we mentioned earlier, right, Jackie? And it seems like for them, this tournament is just looking fully over.
Yeah, I think so. There's only so long we can harp on about maybe this is where we see and maybe they can do. It's just not been happening, and I don't think they're going to get a chance to in reality. I think the bigger picture there as well, right, is also the fact that if you're Major Pride, if you're money makers, hell, even the MADBULLS of Konina Power, you have an opportunity now with Afterlife going down, not having an opportunity to just sort of coast through this one. Even if they just play for placements to hoover away some of the points, you can push up. You can try and steal away. It's only a thimble of points. I mean, it's 3 points difference between Major Pride and Afterlife to move up the rankings into third, knock them out of the top 4 if moneymakers keep grinding. So there's a lot more to play for our top teams. And with the sheer nature of the zone we've been given here, it's bound to get messy.
Looks like Konina Powers are just playing a different game entirely. They're going to use up a lot of their meds. That's the main issue when you are doing a slow rotation like that into a military island. You are going to use up so many meds, and the thing is, you don't even know if you're going to have a decent entry point into the zone, because the 2 bridges currently are going to be occupied. The western bridge is somewhat open, but I believe in the next minute or so we're going to see a lot of teams attempt to make a crossover there, like Major Pride, HardBass, even maybe Strong Team, and Dagestan could be looking to set up a bit of a bridge camp over to the west. And then to the east, you do have MADBULLS versus a low blow, which is going to take a bit of time. So Konina Power might just rock up on this fight and get caught completely off guard as they try and make their way over to the island, which is not looking too good. Focus, I think he's done. It's just going to be a battle of attrition here, trying to use up all of his meds. He does have a decent amount, 20 bandages, 1 first aid, but the thing is, they have the off angle. That's Tulika, able to find one onto Focus, instant flush, confirmed. And they will be looking to make their own transition over the road, so that might make things a little bit easier for that late transition of Konina Power.
Hello. Look at this.
Oh!
Why have you got to do him like that? He was having a nice peaceful coast around on the glider. That's not what you want, Max. I think that's not friendly. It's not sportsmanlike. He was just observing nicely from the skies. It's like he was playing that Wii game.
What, Wii Sport Resort?
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one? Actually,
he was exploring.
Bang a game, yeah.
What was it called? Was it Yahoo Island? I can't remember.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe not. Yeah, Yuzu Island, something. It was something along those lines.
Maybe.
But
We'll fact check it.
He was trying to get through those like little information points to get some intel around the place, but no, he wasn't able to get it.
To go through. He had balloons to pop
in the volcano and everything.
Ruined his life, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really unfair, you know.
Yeah, they didn't give him a chance. It was really smart of him also to try and go low just above the water, because it was giving him a little bit more cover from the cliffs. But the thing is, gliders, we mentioned even, I think, yesterday, talking about how the gliders just not meta because ARs are so strong as long as you're in render distance. And you saw there, it just exploded in, what was that, like maybe 10, 15 seconds? Once they started taking shots in his direction, he just couldn't really fight back. Hopefully, they'll add in the future, by the way, the option for you to jump out and parachute, which you can't do yet if you're too high above the ground. If they change that, maybe you will see more plays with the hovercraft. Good nade onto Freezer. The timing was looking good. Does get a bit of chip damage down to 2/3 HP. But this roof angle of Twix is making it really hard for Dagestan to really take up position up there. As Konina have been able to successfully make it to the island. But look at their meds. I was talking about it, Jackie. They're just fully naked now going in this zone. If they start to fight MADBULLS, I think it's done. Game over. And he does get knocked by the blue zone.
Goodbye, good night, and good run. But it's over for him. Over for the team then, as that one doesn't really work out as well as they would like. You can see the sheer race into the zone for everyone still continuing, as it has been quite a lengthy journey for a good majority of our squads. But that journey has some twists in the narrative. Shots down range from Moneymakers as they apply pressure from the sideline. Meanwhile, you've got Killer Joe and the boys. Always catches me off guard with his name, man. He sounds like he'd be some sort of rap legend whenever you hear him. I feel like you're going to see him spitting bars, but no fire in the booth right now. Instead, it's some smooth moves in his PUBG Mobile gameplay. He'll keep his head clean, tucked down inside the back of the shed. And Tema goes out in style.
Are we going to see a squad wipe to the blue? Yeah, we're seeing a squad wipe to the blue zone.
We are. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what do we learn from this experience, right? Don't drop in Zaki. This is prime example.
Mac, no.
Zaki's not good. Big Mac just getting fully squashed by the hovercraft. We're seeing some weird shenanigans happening now on this game. It seems got the botation happening from Vox. What's this game, Jackie? I don't know. I'm losing track of what's going on.
It's devolved into carnage. I think it's one of those where the minute everyone went for distance drops and then saw the zone, then saw the real zone, you've just gone, oh no. You know, the panic's kicked in. It's all got a bit wild. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I don't know about this one, Max.
I mean, even Major Pride, right? Looking at one of the players, Asta, he's going to transfer across. So many blue zone eliminations. I think the highest frag of this game is going to be literally the blue zone. Papa Blue, as Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave would call it. Is a top fragger, MVP.
Yeah, dude, actually, unironically, pretty big elimination point count on the blue zone right now.
Oh, wait, they don't know strong teams right there. If they do make it to the breach, they might be able to find Magnum. He's very low right now. One bullet would be enough. And yet they go quick. Oh, no, actually, it was SM. I thought it was going to be coming out from strong team, but no, that's actually going to be keeping them somewhat hidden. Not having to shoot any shots there. Going to be able to make it over to the beach. Maybe move right behind onto HardBass if they don't expect them attacking from up north. MADBULLS shucking those smokes, hoping to keep himself alive as a solo. It's going to be push up, but on that ridge line, he's just fully surrounded. You've got VP looking his way, Dagestan, CH, so many big names. Just focusing down on that exact spot. I do believe Pusher will get eliminated very soon, and so will Strong Team. Mannequin out of the equation. Down to Vandal, trying to heal up. He's got at least 3 first aids, now down to 2, but it's just not going to be enough to allow him to make it in phase number 4.
No, unfortunately for Vandal and his little pineapple friend on the backpack there, it's all said and done. He'll be going down fairly soon as bullets rain towards him, and the blue looks to take another elimination. The sick twist of irony is as well, with the elimination points the blue zone's now had in this game, I'm pretty sure it would be higher than them in the rankings.
I think the blue zone is qualifying to the Eastern Europe Central Asia Finals. I think it's qualifying. One game is all it needed.
Yeah. I'll do it again. All right. Well, the zone condenses inwards. I mean, in terms of the particulars as well, we're looking at the sort of storylines we're working with on this one. There's 2 sides that are going to have their eyes absolutely beaming at the opportunity. You're down to a duo on Dagestan, so it is worse for wear in terms of the sheer quantity of players they've got, but that second place team is still alive and kicking right now. Same can be said for a low blow up in first with a triple threat. Moneymakers, though, they're the hyenas looking for an opportunity to steal points on this one, Max. It felt like they'd cooled off compared to what we saw yesterday, where it was big elims, big money, big action. Today it's been a bit more quiet, right? But this game, 6 elims, all 4 alive, in a decent position. They have a great finish on this one. They could try and force themselves back up to a safer position in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of in this limbo position of constantly going up in the top 4, leaving the top 4, going back in the top 4. Like, these 6 elims literally pushed them back up in the top 4. So Moneymakers are definitely in a bit of a stressful position, though. HardBass also able to find himself a nice headshot to Fix, trying to deny their rotation outside of that compound. As this is a team that's currently in 12th position, 37 points. Not impossible to see a comeback, but they're going to need an absolute banger here on Erangel, which with their current entry point, not sure if that's going to be truly feasible. But yeah, Moneymakers, they were the first team, Jackie, actually literally in this circle. They had so many opportunities to just start claiming early eliminations, and they've done it so far, as you said, 6 elims. And on the west, there's no teams behind them. They've got a very clear 180% of land they have to focus around them. So they could have a good chance to go far in this match, especially if they still have vehicles to move up. And I do believe they have the hovercraft, but it does explode. That's going to be limiting their movement potential in this game. That's going to be really tough to play around.
Yeah, that is a bit of a nightmare. Not even really in a particularly powerful spot post-detonation to give them that hard cover to play off. I mean, sure, it's at least slightly better than just being stranded out in the open. By the way, HardBass Team have been farming on this one, mate. They've been finding themselves some decent elims here, there, and everywhere. They do kick off a bit of a scuffle as well versus a low blow. It's one of the sides I was saying is in pretty good stead to actually find another big point earner game on this. So this could be a bit of a living nightmare for them. Force with a reply back over the top, gets the nade in down range, not going to be on target. He wants to save Moxie, but knows if he goes for it, he's probably going to go down with a ship. He would need to get the frag off from the side. Ray Cargate armed with an orb comes in and hits heavy, and they're all gone. A low blow, have been hit with a gut shot under the belt, and they are out.
This is a big opportunity for so many teams in the middle. Well, so many teams. Actually, we're down to 6, so maybe not that many. But we lost a low blow. Dagestan down to a duo. Afterlife also down fully of this game. Moneymakers, this is their opportunity to create a little bit more of a gap between themselves and like 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place teams. As MADBULLS still have a solo pusher, surviving way deep in this game than I ever really would have expected. I'm especially focused on CH Esports, right? Cyber Hero. This game could set them up on a path of success. If they do, and from that position, they could easily win it, especially they're still in circle, so they could be looking quite comfy this match. But if they do end up winning this game, decisively so, we could see them actually make a really good jump towards that top 4. This game is so important for them to make sure they can contend for that PMGO Regional Final slot. But they have HardBass behind them. This is going to be the main issue. Their winning condition, if they want to make it further in this game, is to get rid of HardBass. That HardBass have no other option but to crash onto Cyber Hero. They need to be ready to defend it. I hope they've got utility, because outside of that, without util, this is going to be a very easy gap to close for HardBass.
They've hit some good shots. Seems like they've finally gotten rid of the ring rust and have been pulling no punches on this one, but can they keep themselves ready to contend for the belt here in a game like this? Top side of the hill, Cyber Hero set up in the compound. Eyes looking towards the hillside, waiting for them to come running in to unload with a firepower. You've got a bit of momentum to play with the vehicle as well there. So they can try go for the split scout on it, see if they can draw fire and potentially make a play. Possibly that window of opportunity for Pusher as well to backstab if it really goes wrong for both teams. Otherwise, he's going to keep himself out of dodge and stay down on the ground for now. You can feel the tension though, Max. No one wants to open this one. They just want to keep themselves out of trouble until someone else forces the fight.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, in this kind of position, one fight kicks off and everyone's going to be looking to somewhat third party you. It's going to be very hard to third party HardBass versus Cyber Hero because they're in a very isolated area on top of this mountain. If any other team do fight, though, that is going to be a bit of a different story because we know Dagestan, and I know I kept repeating what you said, Jackie, but they are the main third-party team in this lobby. If they see a fight they can try and get engaged upon, they will try and do it, though they only do have 2 players in Freeze and Nomi, so they might not be as confident as usual, but they might try and actually take a few shots from a distance, which could be a little bit of an issue. As Twix, I believe, did spot Pusher. If he makes it to top 5, that's a win in my books, but that's going to be some incoming nades right onto Pusher. Maybe the Molotov actually will be getting rid of him. That should be quite easy to connect for Killer Joe. It is looking good. Pusher is going to just burn up to a crisp, and that is going to be game over for the MADBULLS.
Yeah, I guess unfortunately in that situation, you could say that the Bulls were seeing red.
Yeah. maybe seeing black right now. He was burnt to a crisp completely of that Molotov, so not what you want. As you see, those cars are pushing up with the MG3 on the red dot. Oh, doing some decent work onto CH, and that's the weapon that you want to engage upon that fight. But Caster will get knocked, and it's VP going for a cheeky off-angle third party, and they are getting so much damage done on the inside of HardBass, as now it's only down to Fuse with the pump. 1 bullet left in the chamber, but it will be enough to get rid of Vic. As now it's Twix, the 1v1 happening. He does chuck the nade a little bit too far. Fuse gets the info, the pump again. The 1v2 works out, and Fuse claims his 15th elimination for his team. This guy has been absolutely shredding it, but VP have something to say about that.
They unload with the firepower straight back into them. The smart heads-up call was, by the way, he wasn't going for the res. He just wanted to body block the incoming damage with his down teammate, and it works to at least stay alive. So he's still in it. The spam off the back of VP does take his teammates down, but he's still breathing. That's what matters. And like you say, we end up with our final 4 teams. One of the first times it feels like in forever we have seen Virtus.pro in the final 4 with all of their squad mates alive and kicking. Moneymakers we're free to play with, a duo of Dagestan, and of course just the one man representing HardBass. Here's the push up from Freezer. Dagestan. We're saying usually they love these third-party splits, right? But you called it. The fact they went down to a duo, they just couldn't play aggressive. Instead, they've had to change their mindset, recoil back into a slower placement style game. But it doesn't matter. First man spotted. Nomi removed from the equation. Freezer's gone. That solo hero. Again, Fuse being able to cut his way through the max. He's forced himself into top 3.
Oh, crazy plays from Fuse, but I don't know why Nomi was on that rooftop. Like, you know someone's on this mountain. It's not a playable area, but he gave it a fair shot, though. Virtus.pro just going to be full sending it on the mountain. Fuse, I think this is too much. Oh, this guy scares me. Okay, Fuse, I thought he was going to get another 1v3 with a pump action, but now they got the high ground position control, especially with the off angle of Malloy. That's just gotten so much control onto the Moneymakers. It's the last 2 teams, Virtus.pro versus Moneymakers. And it's only one player. It's Havli kind of attempting to go for the res onto default. But even then, is it going to be enough to take the 4v2 here, Jackie? I don't think it's going to be the case.
No, it would have to be something absolutely astronomical. When it comes to the fragging department, we've seen some great plays from Moneymakers, but can they stack up the Skrilla in a spot like this? Erangel charges forward, the hero of the story for VP, aims on target, bullets down range, Malloy assists for the connection on default, and it seems like it will be the Virtus.pro plow driving through the competition to finally get a taste of a chicken dinner.
I believe the final player there was attempting to Molotov himself, but I don't think he was able to get it just yet, so that was not a point denied. Virtus.pro were able to get every single one of those final few points. This is going to be a big elimination game for them, but well done indeed. That, especially the off angle, right? That 3-1 split they were pulling off onto the eastern edge, third-partying HardBass versus CH, even from a distance, was just so beautifully executed. This, Jackie's the Virtus.pro I was trying to hype up at the start of these finals that we saw win PMSL CSA in the full season of 2025. And they are living up to the expectations definitely way more in this match. Though, they were very far behind. This is going to allow them to close the gap, but we need to see a follow-up. One good game is not going to be enough, Virtus.pro. You need to keep doing this consistently throughout the next 3 matches.
Exactly. I'll suspend my disbelief for now. I'm impressed, yes, that they have been able to find their footing, because it felt like they were just constantly sliding down a slippery slope of disappointment in terms of their performance here, Max. But like you say, it's not enough. They do need to do it again and show us some more. I would like to bring attention, of course, as well to the big plays that we saw there from Fuse. HardBass Team not only finding good elims on that game and staying in contention to be able to play for a late game placement. Yes, there were players that gave him opportunities he shouldn't have had, but he took them with open arms. And I even thought, mate, when he gets into that situation where they crash onto him, a second of difference between the spacing from VP, he was setting himself up to absolutely mow them down. So impressive stuff. Good nerve on him.
Yeah, crazy moves with the pump, and especially his movement tech was really well done. So he was moving around the battleground beautifully. I want to kind of throw you kind of an idea, a concept of a super team, right? You put Windy, you put Fuse, you put Big Mac, and you put Moxie on one squad. I'm telling you, those are great solos, but as a full team, man, they could be an absolute menace in this lobby. But I think it's just a pipe dream. No. But maybe one day.
Hey, look, you know what? In a timeline where we do shotgun only,
Hey.
like that actually would be the super team, buddy. Just send them out armed. You know, you can have a pump or a DBS. Take your pick. That's it. You can only choose one of the two.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that would be a crazy roster to see play. But Virtus.pro, I want to see what's the point gap now that has been able to be enclosed by VP after that game, after that chicken dinner. They should be on the first page of the rankings, is my genuine guess. but we'll see, of course, after the break and everything goes down. But Virtus.pro, well done indeed. Though for the side of Dagestan, hopefully we'll stop losing 2 players in the early stage. They've done that a few times, especially earlier on during, I believe it was the group stage, where it just kept happening, especially losing Nomi. We've seen that less and less now, but it's still something that can just hinder their overall performances when it does occur. As looking at the overall match results for match number 3 of the day, meeting the halfway point of day 2 of the finals, HardBass gets also 21 points. So that Eastern fight they were constantly taking, and especially Fuse, right, was just clearly the outlier in this game. And thanks to that, we'll be number 1 in terms of overall point gained.
Yeah, okay, so I'm thinking that based on where they were for VP, I mean, it actually might at least give them a pathway to maybe build from this, from what we saw. I was thinking they were, what, a 10th, 11th place coming into this one? So, yeah, okay, like 53, 54 kind of point region. They could be in a decent spot to jump up a bit, but like you say then, that does massively hinge on can they now be consistent in the last few games of the day? There's only 3 left. We'll talk about that in a moment, though. Of course, we've got to give some props here to HardBass Team and their MVP, Ray Kage. He's been a name that we've been saying an awful lot throughout the group stage and the finals as well. Does seem to have his moments of greatness for the side. Felt like the whole team really came together on that one, though, Max. Good to see for HardBass.
Very good to see. Ray Kage was the player that I was looking at mainly for this team, so good to see another player like Fuse, right, step up alongside him in these matches. But it was definitely a team effort, despite 2 players getting a majority of those eliminations. It was great to see, though, just like I said for Virtus.pro, 1 game is not going to cut it. You still got 3 more matches. We need to see that consistency on the other battlegrounds if you want to have a chance for that heavily contested top 4 slots. I was shown 5 there.
Yeah, Scouts honor, it's top 4. But we'll be in top form when we come back for our next setup of games. Don't go anywhere as you won't want to miss it. Myself and Max will guide you through all the action in a couple moments' time.
This one, but the pride is pulling up, and then
The battle isn't over yet. 13 teams fought their way through the semi-finals. A low blow, major pride, moneymakers and others ready to prove it wasn't luck. And also, 3 teams earned their direct invite. MADBULLS are focused, they're determined, but so is CH Esports, and they don't lose easily. And Virtus.pro, nobody's writing them off. Now, all 16 teams are here. Clutch plays, dominant squads, 1 mistake can change the whole game. 2 days, 12 matches, 1 champion. Don't miss the finals. April 11th through the 12th, watch live.
Konina Power plays the shots on target though. He holds the line, Max.
Awaken the mystery. Ride the sand giant.
But the pride is pulling up, and then
The battle isn't over yet. 13 teams fought their way through the semi-finals. A low blow, major pride, moneymakers and others ready to prove it wasn't luck. And also, 3 teams earned their direct invite. MADBULLS are focused, they're determined, but so is CH Esports, and they don't lose easily. And Virtus.pro, nobody's writing them off. Now, all 16 teams are here. Clutch plays, dominant squads, one mistake can change the whole game. 2 days, 12 matches, 1 champion. Don't miss the finals, April 11th through the 12th, watch live.
Konina Power plays the shots on target though. He holds the line, Max.
All right then, welcome back everyone as we are grinding our way through our last day of finals here at the Club Open for Eastern Europe. Game 9 now under our belt. It arrives, of course, at the triple threat of maps we have left, Max. 1 more Erangel to round us off, and then 2 Miramars back to back. In terms of the lay of the land, though, let's have a look at the overall standings. Ooh, okay, VP moved up to 8th place.
And moneymakers, again, we mentioned it during the previous game. Back into top 4, slipping out of top 4. Back in top 4, slipping out of top 4. So at least they have a little bit of a decent gap here between themselves and Major Pride in 5th place of 9 points. So that's going to keep them nice and warm up in that top 4 position. I can't really say the same for Afterlife. They might be for the, I believe, one of the first few times, right, slipping out of top 4 if they do have a bad performance, because Major Pride, MADBULLS, all looking to catch up. But the main focus, yeah, after that chicken dinner is on Virtus.pro. They were deep on the second half of the leaderboards, but here, 59 points for the first time, despite being tied with CH, sure, are just going to be a bit of a, well, actually just one decent game away, I would even go to say, away from being in the qualification slot. So right now, VP may be pulling off the comeback we were expecting to see way sooner in this tournament.
Yeah, dude, it's interesting as well, because it's kind of, you know, at this point, obviously 3 games left to go, reaching more so what I was sort of imagining things would go down like. But it does still feel, like you say, it's incredibly volatile. Whereas I almost imagined we'd at least have some clear definition in terms of, you know, spot 1, spot 2. Maybe they've already reached such a high point threshold that we wouldn't really push them out. Still feels like this could change hands, like it could be a very different outcome towards the end of the day, especially with some of our lesser level teams in terms of performance, not brand or notability, being able to rise themselves up. But I guess we'll answer that question at the end of the games, won't we, Max? There's no point speculating. Let's get the facts as we head on back in to our last battleground on Erangel, our last time in this event our teams will go head to head on the grassy mainland.
I mean, just like this plane is still up in the air as to who's going to make it to the PMGO Eastern Europe Central Asia Finals. Here, plane, not too bad actually, also relatively central, right? It's actually very center, more than I expected. It's going to be from Military Base Island all over to Northern Severny position. So definitely teams should be good to go. We did see on the previous game, right? Big fix from JDH. They didn't go for Yasnaya Polyana between themselves and HardBass. They gave it up. They went for Primorsk instead. I'm hoping to see something similar this time because they made it a little bit further in that game. So thumbs up. And also HardBass, right? They made it very far in that game. And we saw a big step up from Fuse and Reikage. I want to see a little bit of a repetition of that, hopefully, this time around on the last Erangel of not just the finals of PMCO EEU, but also the entirety of this PMCO season for the Eastern European region. As can I see JDH drop into the west? I don't see them yet. I'm a little bit scared. Hopefully they don't go for the same old typical plan of hot dropping Yasnaya. That would be terrible. But we do see HardBass. They dropped and they will be making their way over to good old Yaz.
Yeah, in this situation, if we get a big fight and you win it, it could be Yaz. What did you think of that one? I think I've had some good comedy work today. Max, would you rate it?
It's something. Out of 10, you want to give you funny out of 10. There you go. That's again
nice. Yeah. No, it's, you know what? I expected quite a harsh critic of you. You are bad, Max, for the day. It's fair enough. I appreciate you. Right,
I told
see
you
what we get out of it.
Normally, I cast with the guy DK, right, for other tournaments, and he does the worst puns ever. So this is nice. I feel safe around you. Okay.
Wait. God.
Oh
okay,
no! Look! Wait! Look at Yaz. Look at Yaz. More like nay. Oh my, that was terrible.
Why has it happened again? Did it need to happen?
No, it did not. You know the answer, Jackie. It was unnecessary. What is it? This is why we should have these PM.
Oh, mate, the comedy writes itself.
This is why I'm very happy we have PMCOs, by the way. Just so we get rid of this gameplay early on. You don't see it in bigger events. This is what you want to see. But the fight is going to keep on rampaging through, it seems, through the apartment complex. And it's down to Fuse and Reikage, the two top players of the last game, right? So definitely the two guys you want alive in this match. But Fuse will not be enough, as Icon and Strict Coco are there trying to stand strong. But that is going to be it. HardBass, despite a great previous match on Erangel, are going to be put down early. And what could have been a really good step up and comeback from this team is now put to an end right away in phase 1 of this final Erangel. What a way to wrap it up.
Yeah. Dude, that's kind of the bit that sucks, though, right? It's because that's the reason why we're kind of hating on the idea of a hot drop this late into the tournament, between these two especially, where they've just been going at it, and you just sort of, you know, throwing away chance for your points here, throw away chance for my points here. Off the back of that last game, we're singing their praises, saying they look really good, had some great momentum, showed us some strong stuff that we hope to see more of. You come into this one, go down immediately, first squad to fall with nothing gained. It just feels like it's a bit of a flat ending where you're not that far away. Like, yeah, sure, you are down in the rankings, but the teams above you have only got 10 extra points over you. The bubble there to break in and maybe have a fighting chance to be in that conversation of this last game, they might push into top 4. That now kind of goes out the window a little bit. So shame there, shame to see it, Max, not what you want.
Yeah, I know I sounded very confused as I was casting that moment. I don't know what the reasoning is. I would love to have an interview with them or just chat with the players and be like, why? What's the reasoning? And chances are,
what's the deal, buddy?
Yeah, they're just going to give some like random, like, oh, we just wanted to make it known that this is our compound. I'm like, haha, well, guess what? You're not getting money because you're down in the leaderboards. Yeah. So, yeah, that's it. Hopefully, we won't see too much of that happening in Miramar. Well, actually, we didn't have too many Miramar. It's just been really this time around Yasnaya Polyana. The Miramar hot drop is over in Chumacera because, well, guess what? Those teams didn't qualify to the finals in Gaslighting. That was nice. We did see a little bit earlier, team did explode a loot truck, so they could have possibly an airdrop weapon. Not sure what it is. Could be an AUM, could be an MG3, could be a P90, or just some regular M24s or some good ARs. But otherwise, teams are looking to go on their typical early transition path. And Dagestan do have nice control of the hovercraft, which actually could be really good. We've got a northern circle, right? This time around, if I checked it right. Yeah, going to be around Yasnaya Fields. So those hovercraft and field finishes are always very important, very valuable. So it's good to see teams that usually drop around water, which is what happens with Dagestan, take it early on and just keep moving forward in the zone. So actually, which is very important to mention, this is a small fact here, Jackie, but I do like when teams do decide to drop next to the water, because you do have that hovercraft advantage. Just drop in there, you might get a really strong vehicle, which can make a massive dent in teams' locations around the map. So Dagestan know what they're doing pretty much from the get-go when they drop from the plane.
Yeah, it's a nice idea to take with things. We've seen just how prolific having the hovercraft early into games, and late especially, can be for some of these teams. It has been a bit of a beastly maneuver, effectively a vehicle and a weapon all rolled into one, alongside the sheer cover potential that it gives you late game. So, yeah, definitely worth trying to keep your eyes peeled. If there's any hovercrafts in the area, you want to know about it. A fun fact about that, Max, you're never actually more than 5 meters away from a hovercraft at any given time.
Okay, so the horse is where I live. Yeah, it made sense. That was always 5 meters away from a horse. I could understand it. Where would it fit now?
Oh, it's there.
It's... I mean, you say that earlier. You just replay now the clip of Big Mac getting squashed by a hovercraft right on that cliff.
Exactly.
It's like he had no idea it was there.
Just ran him down. Oh, yeah. God, that was upsetting. The one time we saw a Big Mac POV and he just got flattened like he was some dough on a desk. Like, that's rough, mate. Anyway, get that image out your mind. Yeah. Forget about the hovercrafts.
But I can't now. It's always 5 meters away from me. Like, you just... It's like Eldritch Horror.
Angels, though, mate. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That, you know, you'll not know it's there. It's always watching you. It's just slightly out of eye line.
It's not screwed. It was just... Oh, my God. The premonition.
See?
Yeah.
That's how they get you. Well, moneymakers. Driving that Eldritch Horror straight down towards the safety of the zone, and they're going to run into MODERNET. Will MODERNET have an opportunity to show us anything on this? Again, right, obviously probably not going to be pushing themselves up high enough in the rankings to be in much of the overall conversation, but will they throw a spanner in the works for any of our other teams? That could always be a question. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Literally like the moneymakers are right now. Meanwhile, you can see the establishing shots there. Strong team on rotation. Afterlife setting themselves up. This is what we got going on with a MODERNET crew.
They're just chilling in farm. Also, it's quite interesting. If you look at the leaderboards, there's a significant gap between 13th place of JDH and then 14th place currently, which usually you see a gap being created between the higher echelon teams in the leaderboards, but no, it's a lower portion gap which is created. So, yeah, quite fun. You don't see that too often, though. This circle, that is a very big hardship. You can see the northern 50% of this circle is completely free for most teams, which is great for the likes of Konina Power, which this time, hopefully, won't die to the blue zone unlike last game. And also for the side of a low blow, which is going to go for wider eastern rotate, maybe even wrap around the mountain of Stolber, so that could be pretty good for them. Though I am a little bit unsure what's going on with Vox. Far to the west next to Hospital, they are definitely going for the slow approach of this game. A strong team looking to claim a very strong position in this circle in a very good compound. They're looking to crash early and contest it away from the hands of Afterlife. This is risky, but if they do win it, this could be a massive win in favor of strong team.
Yeah, let's give them their flowers. Let's see if they can do it on this one. They've already ruined the life of Ravo with a dive in through the window from Mannequin, who puts him down in the dirt. Nade up close on Windy. Strong team. Oh, this could be a hellish outcome for Afterlife. If they lose their players here, you're going to be reeling to recover on it. Misha can't deliver as well. Missed shots up close and personal with the SMG. and Zixi knows it's all on him. Wake, hearing all of this commotion, set themselves up to potentially have a late third party, and Big Mac closes it down. Now, as much as we've not really had any signs of life from Strong Team, that is an awful outcome for Afterlife, who wanted a big point game.
That's what happens here, Jackie, when there's no hovercraft 5 meters away right from Big Mac. He can pop off. He can put up the numbers. But otherwise, I like the way they engaged it. Sure, it was risky to take a phase 1 breach because you never know, you could just get no points whatsoever this game. But no, the way they single out individual players of the opposing squad of Afterlife was very, very beautifully executed. So it goes to show the communication synergy is there for Strong Team when they do have things set up properly. But now, they're even going a little bit more aggro. They're chasing down solo players of Wake, and it clearly works out. They get 6 eliminations, literally still on phase 2. So they are speedrunning this game, it seems.
Give it the beans. Strong Team. Is this what it took? They had to get to the last few games of finals, and they were like, all right, lads, should we lock it in?
We mean business.
They all went, yeah, go on then. Big Mac pulled out the protein. Everyone's fired up.
Got the secret sauce.
Zadira getting knocked as well. Yeah, mayonnaise, I believe.
No, isn't it Thousand Island sauce? Isn't that what it was? Like the theory? It's just basic Thousand Island sauce. I don't know.
Either that or burger sauce, where you just put tomato sauce and salad cream together, I think. Is salad cream and mayonnaise the same thing?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know. We went on a bit of a different topic. we were talking about sauces.
We've been derailed there, haven't we? Yeah.
Yeah. The horses, hovercrafts.
Answers on a postcard. Yeah. Send in your thoughts about various different condiments.
We need to cast together more often. I like how off topic we go sometimes. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, we egg each other on, mate. It's good. It's good fun.
Yeah, no, we all through the smoke, though. That was definitely a little bit of a overconfident peak. I mean, I don't know what it is. It's always Zadira getting in trouble. In some way, what's happening on Rondo happened on the previous Erangel game. This time, he's knocked in the middle of nowhere. So, yeah, you can see Dagestan. I couldn't even know what they're saying right now. Zadira, stop going alone. Probably the comms they're talking, sounding like right now. But, yeah, it's just a recurring factor, it seems, as you do see MODERNET, despite Shaw having a decent start, they're just going to be looking to clash on to CH Esports, and that's going to be them losing a player. Goat Shaw still alive, might be looking to confirm that point onto Killer Joe. It's just 3, and this is a very weird rotation. You've still got so much space to work with, and yet 3 teams are clashing in a very close quarter position. It's very unfortunate, but it is happening, and I think some teams do somewhat have to commit, especially MODERNET, as you can see on the minimap, fully surrounded by CH Esports and also a low blow. Even Dagestan down south of this position. No escape for MODERNET. They have to take that fight head on, as they're down to only a solo. It is going to be GOAT.
Yeah, GOAT normally good for the late game survivability, but with the position he's in, will you even really find a pathway to get away safely? Low blow did not fancy getting stuck into this either, so they at least go for the smart play, get themselves closer towards the new zone, set up to edge guard perhaps when the stragglers finding their way through, as that is a lot of scary teams in close proximity, right? Cyber Hero, Dagestan, a low blow. Not really what you want if you run into one another. Seems like the Cyber Heroes are being fought by the Dagestan squad, though, as they do light up bullets right towards them and exchange some rounds to trade onto one another. Will end their story here. It's not been the best run of things. It always feels like they get themselves a few points, show us like they might have some stock to potentially push deep into a game, and then it's ripped away from them. Will Dagestan actually get the third-party effect onto them, though? They're trying to go for the pickup play. They want to save Freezer. They've got the window for it. You've got hard cover there. You've also got the smoke down as well, so they can grab him, get a move on. You're probably going to lose that hovercraft in the interim. But will a low blow catch them on exit?
Could be an issue. I mean, they clearly repositioned on the Stolber warehouses currently, which are very strong defensive position. It's very hard to breach it because you can get spotted from a mile away thanks to the ridge lines. But we still have GOAT then. As you said, a player that you want to try and see survive late into the game. He can be a real impactful player in those moments, but He is going to be looking to push and leapfrog ahead of a low blow. But this is a great circle because you do see Dagestan, they instantly respond to it, going straight up southern eastern rotate, very wide one as they enter the Yasnaya fields. And the lake, the thing is that the lake is taking away a big portion of playable area. So we're pretty much, realistically, an extra circle or two ahead of this game. There's a lot of playable area that's just fully denied by all of that water. As SM and MADBULLS are having a little bit of a clash. The thing is, you can somewhat coexist here. You don't have to keep fighting each other. So I would say right now, live in a bit of a symbiotic relationship and take the fight later on when the circle does shift away from that spot. As over to the northwest, outside of the play zone, it's going to be Konina Power versus Fox, raging on.
Vox, they've had a lot of good plays. And again, on this one, it seems that they can at least withstand the collapse of Konina Power. And they really have had a shed collapse of a day. It's gone from us thinking they were really going to balloon back up to faltering. Prior game, they all go down to the blue with a delayed rotation, not expecting the shift on the zone. This one, you run into Vox and the Populi survive with ease. So again, they get ripped away from a chance of pushing late into it. It is going to basically cripple the later excursion of the players from Vox, though, make it uncomfortable for them to get themselves back in towards a good spot. They'll try their best on the rotate to fix things and pick themselves up. Lotos probably going to be left in a bit of a horrific position, but they'll make their move down and try and medic him further away from the encroaching blue.
It's going to be a bit of an issue right now. Hopefully the blue will not be a new MVP twice in a row. The last game was definitely it was a bit special. But VP, that's actually, it goes to show Virtus.pro, sure, definitely haven't had the better start to these finals on day one, but their terrain knowledge is very strong. Not a lot of people know about this little slight dip indentation in the ground that can actually hide some cars. The main issue is if teams are positioned on the high ground of Stalber, which right now you do have moneymakers and a low blow, they might fight each other. So if they do fight each other, actually they might somewhat come out to be in favor of Virtus.pro and help them out further on down the line. But yeah, this is the big fight I'm paying attention to because even if you do win the fight, you still have to keep on moving into the circle. You're not in zone. They do get the angle onto the default, and that's going to be an easy knock for Force. And they lose the off angle, right? Moneymakers lose that off angle and set up anchor point player down to 3. So Moneymakers, I would recommend just leave the fight. It's not worth it. You're losing control of that position on the high ground, but they are pushing forward. It seems like they are looking to take that fight head on.
Force with the shots onto Spike. He's going to be able to dull his blade and potentially give themselves an opportunity to win out on this encounter. Split on it's good, and Moxie always keen for an off angle, peeks back up, hits the shots on that one, and again fragments any kind of defense. Has to go diving with the daredevil maneuvers, flip the car and stay driving forward to greener pastures, but that last bullet from Kvik is enough to at least knock him. Trade back is good. Reposition from Havlikainer and Spike, looking to see if they could do too much from this one. They want to save their mate and at least fragment the setup from a low blow.
Oh, this circle, actually, you could see Dagestan try and take maybe one of the apartment complexes of Western Yasnaya. That would be a really good entry point. And just should give you a pretty easy ticket to reach the podium. The northern side. The thing is, if you look at this northern fight, you got, what is that, 4 to actually 5 teams fully involved in the full-on clash. After they all get eliminated, possibly, we will be down to just 4 to 5 teams remaining. So there's going to be a lot of points for the teams that are currently set up in Yasnaya Polyana. Spike raining down absolute hell upon a low blow. Focus, though, able to somewhat dodge those nades that are going a little bit too far forward. But this fight, there were no real winners in this fight. Unfortunately, I would say the better option was going to be to escape and just drive away, but they try and take that fight head on. So now we focus on another fight, full-on fight of Virtus.pro onto Strong Team. They're even getting third-partied over Yasnaya Lake. The VP, they mean business. They're getting in nade range. They're looking to absolutely demolish all of Strong Team. They had a good game, but they're down now to only a duo of Vandal and Lotab.
Yeah, rough stuff for Strong Team, man. Trapped in position. They're wondering what on earth is going on. Nade after nade raining down on them. Is it a red zone? No, it's just VP with a boatload of utility. And there's the reply over as well. Obley finds his chance, grabs it with both hands. So a low blow, our top squad in the lobby are out of competition here on Erangel. Oh, Spike
He's going to get wet as he dives off the cliffside. Dagestan, again, by the way, bro, could be in a position here where they're starting to lick their lips. They're starting to think, okay, we've got some weakened squads. Longer this one goes on, with a low blowout of commission, they could snatch away not only that top 4 location that they firmly found themselves in, but even the first spot off the back of this game if they have a big finish. Vox, do they all peek? Hello? Jump up from Remind. They've heard him, they've seen him, but Vandal keeps on going.
Yeah, Vandal knew there was definitely a team in that position, and the field is very strong actually in this kind of circle. But Vandal is going to keep going forward. He doesn't lose control of the car just yet, but he does later on as he just get headshot by a player inside the city of Yasnaya Polyana. Well done indeed. Strong team are going to be, unfortunately, out of this game, so no continuous comeback from them. Despite getting Shaw 7 eliminations, they will rank up slightly higher over MODERNET, but it's not going to be enough for today. Virtus.pro now maintaining full control and pressure on the entirety of Yasnaya Lake, as they are making a little bit of a push in the direction of MADBULLS. That's going to be the main focal point, right? These smokes are amazing. Denying full vision from Tulika and Pusher. They just make it over to the wall. Now utility. The Molotov is not in a good position. It's going to now slow down Virtus.pro. Yeah, that Molotov is actually going to be really bad for VP. Kind of throwing a spanner in the works and just ruining the entire engagement. And then on the other side, Tulika and Pusher see the smokes. They deny information so well. They reposition further away from VP. Is not quite worth it. So really good play on both sides. But that one Molotov, Jackie, clearly was a throw from the Virtus.pro.
Yeah, makes it a bit more awkward. They couldn't get themselves in the compound for the close quarters cleanup on it, and it does get a little bit risky. Spike's kind of done a bit of an OG maneuver as well in terms of the long con on this one. He got himself behind him. When Malloy cleared, he didn't see him on the ridge line there towards the coast. So he's actually got a bit of cover to play with and some circle space to rat this one out late game to see if he can snatch away some points. So we'll come back onto the topic of money makers, depending on if he lives or not, for longer into this one. MADBULLS still standing because of the flubbed utility from VP, and they're just going to be sitting and waiting, backed off to the other house. We can be neighbors. We don't need to fight.
That's true. By the way, a crate fell onto Spike from Moneymakers. He just got an MG3. I believe he looted it out from that crate. There's no better weapon to clutch it up than an MG3 in this kind of scenario. And he's still got a decent position in the circle if he swims across right up north of MADBULLS on the cliff. So they won't be spotted by VP, MADBULLS, or normally also SM Esports. So yeah, a solo player could really keep it alive. And it won't be Kvik, which is weird. Normally it always is Kvik to kind of keep the hope alive for the team as a solo player for Moneymakers. But no. This time around, it's going to be a different player. And Spike, Aragon, turn off bullets, might as well spray them in the direction of Major Pride. As AZ's the first to fall, this guy will not be able to go for his insane long-range sprays anymore. And MP, they need to make a max dash. Where do you go? I would recommend actually maybe crashing onto Dagestan instead of getting onto VP, because they've got such a good line of sight on you. It's not worth it, and they also think better of it, trying to go further down south and deep in Yasnaya Polyana. But even Dagestan Freezer on top of that apartment complex is looking at Major Pride, and I think they know what's coming their way very soon.
Trying to be as stealthy as you can be with the vehicle rotates. They did spot a backline, by the way. JDH there, of course, obviously back's turned. They do get a read. They're able to readjust their crosshairs and at least put a couple bullets down back towards them to hold them off for now. Frances has 2 of these nades left in his back pocket. Priming that one, is it on target? Looked pretty good, yes! Ooh, right into the face of Asta. Obly low as well. Follow up here, Frances, his second nade. 2 for 2 on the knocks off the back of the utility usage as he's blowing them to smithereens. Dagestan want to look in on this one. Oh, that's a 3-pointer and a half over the roadside. Threads the needle through the window, gets it on top of JDH, and all hell is breaking out. It is a constant game of grenade chess between these teams. That will be a backstab from Prepod to finish off Asta. The air burst over the top side as well. Trying to blow away Major Pride, Max. They've got to move.
Oh, get away from the car, please. It's about to blow. Oh, I think one more bit of damage and indeed the vehicle will be going out. And they might also take Major Pride alongside it, and yet the explosion is doing so much damage. That's going to be the end for Major Pride. And some of those nades were just beautifully cooked. Gordon Ramsay would be proud about some of those utility throws.
JDH still in the zone versus Dagestan. And you know what? It's weird for JDH to go in the hot drop and actually maybe getting far in the game despite the hot drop happening between himself and HardBass Jackie. But you know what? They should definitely count their lucky stars, as for the first time this game, the circle will not include any buildings of Yasnaya Polyana. So JDH, Dagestan are the teams we need to focus on to see what their next move is going to be.
For JDH, dude, racking up the elims. If they can keep this up, deal with some of our strong squads as well, maybe they can remedy the awkward situations they've been having. Like we say, you're quite far down the rankings, I believe. Yeah, you can see the placement they're currently working with. So you'd need a big old collection of games, and there's not too much left. 12 games in total for our finals, and we've already made it to number 10. So just Miramar preceding this match. Curious for VP. I mean, it doesn't look like the worst spot to play with the longer this one goes, but it's just the fact that, like we alluded to, Spike undetected by them. If he can get himself into a prime position to just unleash hell upon them, he could completely cripple them from the back line when their focus is turned onto someone else. And he's just going to be thinking about stealing away points for moneymakers on the long con. Zadira, hello. Eyes light up with a scar, gets the flick over and just beams them cross map.
I love how Malloy and Voston were trying to both go for the res at the same time. It was,
yeah,
I got him, no, I got him. But actually, it would be a cool feature.
Let me revive him.
The more players you have reviving one, it goes a little bit faster. I don't know, that could be something we can do. To try
a
to
little percentage increase based on the amount of players. I feel you. I see what you're putting down.
Could be a little something.
Can't believe you're leaking all the new features, Max.
Yeah, sorry. I'm actually a PUBG Mobile dev. Yeah, I'm just trying to get some early replies from the people in the comments to know if they want that feature or not. Yeah, it's just like, do you guys want to, would they like it? So just...
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, one nade would be so good behind these walls. Really easy to hit if you're able to cook that nade. And as they say that, there you go. The nade's incoming onto Icon. That's an instant flush. The thing is, I think the fight between Dagestan and JDH is to see who makes it to top 6, right? Because they both know they're not surviving that exit. The nade, though, it's huge. It makes it over the wall, but nobody just tanks it point blank. How?
Mate, that's unbelievable. What's he made of? Man's got metal skin.
He's a hovercraft.
Stays alive. Yeah, literally. How on earth has he withstood it? It was a nice shot as well from Strick, by the way. It was perfectly timed. The nade barely. He didn't even knock the other player that he got off. There was a follow-up nade before this. Then he just got a one-tap straight into the cranium. So he's been able to fragment him massively. The triple threat of nades did slow down. JDH being able to put themselves into a great spot. Oh, hang on. Will Spike finally be spotted as well? They're clearing towards the coastal ridge as they once again attempt to dive onto MADBULLS. This is VP, of course, that are going for the push-up. Tilika back of the building, trying to set up on the off angle towards the ridge so he can play on the elevated lip. It's a weird off angle to catch him off guard. If they don't clear it instantly on the drive-by, he could try leap round and go for a play on it. Let's see if it works. They're pushing up now through the smoke. Dives in round the building, keeping them guessing. Footsteps throwing them off. Erangel wielding the shotty to good avail. Will punish.
And really good smokes also on the opposing side to try and stop it from them getting those nades and molotovs in the building. They haven't yet to spot Spike. I'm keeping an eye out on the elimination feed unless he gets eliminated very soon. Could happen because they are playing around it. And now Spike is moving up with the MG3, but that is going to be not going to be enough. 700 damage almost from the squad. So well done indeed from Spike. Definitely getting a few placement points. Top 5, actually, that's a very big win. Nice comeback from a solo play of Moneymakers, but now it's over to Cody. And also Eclipse, as they're trying to play around that smoke very nicely indeed, but Virtus.pro really fully tested here as they have to push uphill into the open loving arms of SM Esports. That is not going to be an easy transition. Luckily enough, though, they do get the res onto Voston, but 4 players, it still might not be an easy transition to execute as the nades keep on flying by. They are going very, very far and will not be connecting on any of the members of SM Esports. Cody, whoa, okay, Cody. What was that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Pulls out the AK, throws the clip in and sprays from far away, but Milky Way dives back into the action, up close and personal, able to unleash with the semi-automatic. The shotgun starts to rip through, and SM are reeling to recover, but look at the turnaround. 2 quick shots back and forth as he's able to withstand, defend inside of the compound, and keep himself in a good position. Virtus.pro looked like they were starting to reach a fever pitch, like they wanted
wanted to clash for points here towards the bitter end, but SM might just have it in them to deny.
Nice on the Eclipse, confirming those 2 points. You know what? That could take them a very far way in these rankings. Get some extra prize pool for himself and his squad mates. He doesn't have any nades. One nade, I think, and it would be game over. Dagestan also going to be eliminated in this game. Not able to reach the top 3, it seems. Down to the final 1v1, though. It's going to be Malloy versus Eclipse. Yes, 12K just spamming, trying to get that shot bit. Eclipse, he was just waiting for the best opportunity to clash, and he does find that final elimination. Not only getting one more elim here, Jackie, but also reaching second place. But everyone of Vox is just going to fully surround this building, looking for the fight. He does almost convert a 1v2, but it's just not meant to be. Vox claiming the final chicken dinner on Erangel of these PMCO finals.
Christ, he was giving it the beans on that one, mate. Eclipse by name, eclipsing by talent. VP will be fuming, Max. They wanted to get themselves that chicken dinner. They needed to grind as many points out of these games as physically possible. But when push comes to shove, they're the squad that tumbles down. Vox on top, though, once again, as the Vox Populi command respect on the end of our Erangel chapter and do get a deserved chicken dinner. Looked scary though, didn't it, when they went into the close quarters?
It was a little bit, yeah. To be honest, they did not need to go and push into that building. It was so risky because you had the center of the circle heading your way. I think what they wanted to make sure is to not let the points get denied to the blue zone, but sometimes it's better to just let that point get denied and make sure you get that than rather pushing players, by the way, through windows and doors, which is the perfect setup to get clutched up by a solo player. Luckily enough for them, it doesn't happen, but in a different timeline, maybe it was going to be a chicken dinner headed the way of SM Esports, especially for the solo player of Eclipse. Though, Virtus.pro, we need to talk about them, despite, again, GG Vox get the chicken dinner, well done indeed. But Virtus.pro, we said after that win earlier, we need to see a follow-up, some more consistent points. This is what we've been witnessing today, right, Jackie? 14 points, and when teams like we've seen go out early to win the top 4 initially, this might be their one single shot to redeem themselves in these finals and make in the top 4 in the last few matches of the finals.
You have the chance. You certainly have the chance now on Miramar. That's why they were grinding so hard to try and get that guaranteed win on that one. They really didn't want to leave anything up to opportunity for our other squads. But like you say, with some of the top dogs going down early, it does bode well. Miramar is going to be spicy if you're a VP fan. Of course, though, in terms of our MVP, yeah, you know him. It's Nomi from Dagestan once again, who has been claiming a ton of MVP accolades today.
You never know what Nomi you're going to get in these tournaments, right? You look back at the group stage, Nomi, he was the first to die every time for his squad, it felt like. But no, this time, he's shown up big time in these finals. And this is the Nomi we expected to witness his gameplay in the finals. So very happy to see him just performing, putting up the numbers. Double MVP so far today. Maybe MVP of the finals. I mean, the numbers are definitely there to make it happen.
Yeah, buddy, he's given it the beans. So let's see if that will be maintained for Dagestan 77 or if things will change. Up next, of course, we have a change of scenery. The final 2 battlegrounds will both take place on Miramar, and this is where we will begin to crown our top 4. So join us for that when we get back in after the break.
This one, but the pride is pulling up, and then
The battle isn't over yet. 13 teams fought their way through the semi-finals. A low blow, major pride, moneymakers and others ready to prove it wasn't luck. And also, 3 teams earned their direct invite. MADBULLS are focused, they're determined, but so is CH Esports, and they don't lose easily. And Virtus.pro, nobody's writing them off. Now, all 16 teams are here. Clutch plays, dominant squads, one mistake can change the whole game. 2 days, 12 matches, 1 champion. Don't miss the finals. April 11th through the 12th, watch live.
Konina Power, no, the shot's on target though. He holds the line, Max.
Sandstorms return. Uncover hidden relics. Awaken the mystery. Ride the sand giant.
But the pride is pulling up, and then
The battle isn't over yet. 13 teams fought their way through the semi-finals. A low blow, major pride, moneymakers and others ready to prove it wasn't luck. And also, 3 teams earned their direct invite. MADBULLS are focused, they're determined, but so is CH Esports, and they don't lose easily. And Virtus.pro, nobody's writing them off. Now, all 16 teams are here. Clutch plays, dominant squads. One mistake can change the whole game. 2 days, 12 matches, 1 champion. Don't miss the finals. April 11th through the 12th. Watch live.
Konina Power plays the shots on target though. He holds the line, Max.
All right, welcome back, gamers, as we get ourselves strapped in again for a bit of a change of scenery. Obviously, you've had the consistency, you've had the green pastures that have actually been, unironically, greener pastures for a good few of our teams that needed points, Max. Now, of course, though, we switch it up. We arrive at Miramar. 2 games left to go. For visual context, for those at home, this is how our standings are now looking.
It's going to be really close between a few of the squads. I mean, Dagestan, I'm going to say 94 points is getting very close to that 100-point threshold, which I didn't mention earlier in the broadcast. I think is going to be securing your top 4 position, right? Dagestan, for me, they're there. A low blow, it's going to be tough, but technically they could still fall out of contention if they have a really bad game. But now, Moneymakers, Major Pride, this is the time, Jackie, clearly, where they can't afford to falter, especially when you see Virtus.pro waking up today. Apparently they started playing some good PUBG Mobile, and now there's 73 points, just 3 points behind Major Pride in 4th place. The Bears, the Polar Bears, mean business.
They do indeed. You know, they might be an endangered species, but they are certainly showing us that they are ferocious. They are crazy in terms of this comeback they've been mounting. And like you can see, right, you're not far away. You could certainly push yourself into those upper echelons. 2's been good. Can they do it 4 times, though? That's the question. We need to see that consistency to the bitter end. 2 more games. Have a look at our head-to-head here as well. VP versus Afterlife. In terms of the statistics categories, it's trumping them in every element here, as the Afterlife squad are looking good.
Yeah, I mean, total points overall is very close, but you can see the elimination side of things, 46-40, so definitely having a bit of a better time in those team fights, it seems, for Afterlife. As you can see on this schedule for today, only 2 more games left to go before we crown our champions and our top 4 teams to make it to the PMGO EECA Finals. Miramar, I mean, yesterday we had some really fun Miramars. They were very interesting to see how the teams are going to play around it. Yeah. Is that going to be the case today? Because yesterday, actually, when I remember it, the plane path and phase 1 circle, they didn't work really that well together, but it's fine. I'm wondering, now, do the teams have the beans here, Jackie, for these last 2 games?
Ooh, I would hope so. You've got the Hinds ready, mate. Let's see what they're working with. Going to give us the Tetley T and absolutely dunk their way into the top of the competition. Strap in, everyone, as this is the culmination of weeks of competition between these teams as we get into our last two Miramars of our finals here for the Club Open, the finest that Eastern Europe had to offer, and it all begins right here.
With the plain path, it's going from La Cobreria down to the western edge of Puerto Pariso. We didn't have any odd drops really happening yesterday on this map. We'll see if JDH just have a vendetta versus themselves and the side of HardBass. I don't know if they're going to try and chase them down in their main drop location. But there's so much on the line. And for some teams, I'm going to say this game, sure, it might not be the last one, but it's going to be sealing the fate for a few of these squads if they will be comfortable in the top four, or if there's an opportunity for them to slip down even further and be out of contention for the PMGO Regional Finals slots. And we did mention it earlier, we have to repeat it. It's not all about PMGO. It also is going to have an impact on your PMWC, the World Cup qualification slots. So much on the line in these two matches for the Eastern European region. You can't afford to falter in these last two Miramar matches. Looking at the drops of some of these squads, we are seeing MODERNET and SM Esports slightly closer to each other. Of course, not going to have a big impact on the leaderboard because they are far away from the top four positions. But Los Leones, I'm seeing more teams than usual. I believe I just saw 3 teams over there, and this one is really stretching it super far into Impala, which actually might be the case with Moneymakers. But Los Leones is big enough for 2 teams, so hopefully they don't go for some weird early clashes over there.
I'm pretty sure the conversion rate of every time you said that, those 2 teams immediately scrap each other is 100%.
But it shouldn't. But it's JDH. You know what? It's JDH. Actually, my analyst brain is not working. I should think, yes, but JDH. And that's my counter to my argument.
Yeah, that's the caveat. Yeah. That's the caveat, yeah. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. I did wonder if there was going to be, you know, a bit of a grudge on them coming into something like this, if they just do it again. At what point does that ego become checked from them? We'll see if they're ego challenged in a matchup like this, and we'll keep our eyes peeled like the hawk. For MODERNET and Co, little bit of distance between them and SM. They're trying to avoid any early encounters that would result in an uncomfortable start to the game. Obviously, it was a better showing from Strong Team. Unfortunately, it doesn't really mean too much in the grand scheme of things, though. They were so far down in terms of the rot on their overall points accrued throughout yesterday and today. It's just not going to thrust them up the rankings, but it was fun to see them at least playing some of their more classic PUBG Mobile. Give them that.
It was a good fight too, right? Looking at the previous game, forcing a fight in Northern Yasnaya Lake. I enjoyed it. Sure, was it risky? Yes, of course, but the fight itself was executed on a very high level. It is unfortunate when you see teams have that potential, show like a glimpse of potential, and then the rest of the games we just don't see too much presence from this squad. So Strong Team, hopefully they can try and take that to the workshop after this tournament and build upon that really strong foundation and maybe come back stronger in the full season. That's definitely something I'm going to be looking forward to. You know what? And also, one thing I do like about PMCO is because typically you have 2, maybe sometimes 3 PMCOs per region, depending on what region you're in. But it's always fun to see the roster changes between spring and fall, because sometimes you'll see some rosters completely fall apart, but sometimes you'll see some players that have had some good tournaments and they just kind of combine into one super team and then they just completely obliterate the full season. I saw that back in Europe a long time ago, and I believe it's the team that Shifu was on back then. So that was really OG Eastern Europe days. And we could see that happening again this year, because PMCO, this is the first year PMCO is fully back in this kind of format. So the more time we give to every region around the world, right, we're going to be seeing more of these stronger teams being created that can actually contend with the bigger names in these events.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. It's a really healthy way to, you know, future the development of the scene and not only allow us to identify and scout new talent, but like you say, for those really talented players that find an opportunity to come together and homogenize into some future squads that might be contending for global titles, bro. So it's definitely a healthy way to take it. And hey, we've been very impressed with a lot of the grassroots talent we've been seeing over the past week and a bit. It's been very cool to be here. Glad to have joined you for it. Max,
Let's see, though, how this is going to go, as I don't think you're going to be too glad if you get shot in the side of the face and go down as the first squad. I mean, thankfully, at least, of course, it is two of the teams that are further down the rankings in both SM and MODERNET, but you never want to go out early.
I was going to say, most people probably looking at this fight just don't care because it's literally just not going to have any impact whatsoever on the leaderboard. We're literally talking about 14th and 15th place teams.
Actually, that's a good nade. Though, Max. There you go.
There you go. Hey, one good play in that fight in the hot drop in El Pozo. Love to see it.
Look, they fought to be here. They grinded through the open quals. They grinded through the groups, mate. You got to give them their dues. They might want to print that one out, put it on the e-fridge.
Yeah.
Play in the video file.
On the Samsung smart fridge right now, on which they play to.
I mean, it's the future, buddy. You know, the smart fridge is going to be there. Would you like to watch your PUBG highlight? Yes, please, fridge.
The thing is, I genuinely saw a video a long time ago, someone playing PUBG Mobile on the smart fridge. So technically, if you connect the cables right, you can do it.
Yeah.
People say tablets are broken.
Where's the controls? Like,
oh,
so
wow.
he's got his hands in the ice machine.
Yeah, shit in the ice machine. So, hey, it's cool. When you need a mid-game snack, you know, you're right there.
Yeah. I did wonder, you know, Max, you were pulling out some crazy plays last time we played. You said you had a new setup. I didn't realize you were on the fridge.
I am, yeah. That's why I moved to Poland. They have this cool smart fridges over here. That's what I needed. As we focus on the fight here, this time, actually, in this circle, church position, east of Chumasara is very powerful if you can control as a full team. No Big Mac. We want to see more clutches in these finals. We haven't seen many as of recently. But strong team.
Give me the Big Mac POV.
Give me the Big Mac POV, and then you get squashed by a hovercraft. That's what's going to happen.
Oh, let's see. None around it. Oh, Big Mac. All right, unfortunate. We probably shouldn't have seen that. Thank you anyway, production. As it continues on, let's see where it goes from here. This is strong team down to just the duo. Obviously, shout out to Afterlife. In reality, they're the squad that want to get through this cleanly. If they do it with no casualties, that would be the dream scenario, as they will be able to pick themselves back up. They do get 4 elims on that one, Max. It might not look like a lot to the untrained eye, but that's a big injection at this point with only 2 games left.
Already lost, what is that, 9 players. So this is a bit of a speedy Miramar, losing 9 players on phase 1 that has not even closed on phase 2. It's very quick. Of course, that's off the back of mainly a hot drop in El Pozo and then these fights happening around church. So yeah, it seems like some teams are very desperate to control or their early drop location like in El Pozo or a strong central position, which really is exactly what church area is in this particular area of the map. It's very strong, able to scout teams from very far away. But the thing is, you do need all your players alive to do so, which I do believe Afterlife have. I'm currently seeing 3. We'll have to check out the leaderboards very soon, see if they do have the full squad. If you don't have 4 players, defending that spot is really, really hard. And as I'm seeing it, they do have 4 players. So you know what? They might have a chance to actually go very far in that church position.
Yeah, we'll see if they confess that they're going to be winning themselves some big points on this one, or if they will be taken down. Rotate around for the MADBULLS as well. The convoy, somewhat convoy at least, 3 of the 4 in their own vehicles. Not greedy like that, Max, you know?
Yeah.
It's damaging the environment.
It's not too good. Oh, big circle shift though is going to be going towards Picado. While you wait, I kind of want to ask a random question here for you, Jackie, while we wait for the teams to initiate their southern rotation in the zone. If you could make a PUBG Mobile eSport team with PUBG Mobile talent, right, mainly the English talent crew that we know, our boys, who would you have on your team? I'm curious.
God, you know what? Okay, right. So first and foremost, IG, I'm going to have Barney Banks. I think... Yeah, big man Barney Banks. You know, like, mate, think about it. He'd have all the notes. He'd be calling. He'd know all the strats. Talks to all the IGLs, doesn't he? He's always doing interviews. So Barney, easily, he'd steal all the strats for us. He'd pretend he's doing an interview. He'd be like, oh, hi, Rosemary. Can you tell me your drop spots and rotations? And he'd come back and be like, right, lads,
Good changes his accent, of course. Right, lads, I've got all the best drop spots for us. You know, I'm not playing. So yeah, I wouldn't even put myself in. I'd coach. I'd stand behind you and pretend that I look like I'm doing something, so that I get all the valor, but don't actually have to try. I'd force you to play, Max, and then what I'd do is I'd clone you an additional 3 times, and I'd have a team of Maxes with the IGL there. So one of you would be on the sub bench just in case one of you gets injured, and then Barney would obviously IGL, and I'd be coaching, and I'd call it Maximus. That'd be the idea. Project Maximus.
Maximus
That's
Prime.
the name of the team.
Yes.
Yeah. There you go, mate. That's what I built.
Okay. Well,
$1 million investment.
I'm waiting for all of the other English talent to DM you and say, why you didn't put them on the team? And you just cloned me 3 times.
That's all I needed. Barney and 3 Maxes.
Is that too? I think that's too many Maxes. I don't know if people are going to be happy about that. It's too many people.
Good,
too many people chasing down the loot truck in game, Jack. You didn't think about that, right? In this current era of loot
That's
trucks.
what I mean. Your strategy, mate, it'd work perfectly. You'd all be instantly eyes light up. You've dumped a magazine. You've blown up the loot truck in 10 seconds. You'd be unlootable, unlimitedly looted. One of those, whatever. Which one's more applicable?
4 MG3s, we win every game. It's easy. MG3 def.
See, that's what I mean, right? This works. I think it's a good strategy. I'll email Barney tonight. We'll get this arranged.
Yeah, if there's any orgs that are looking to pick up a team, reach out. Once we got the cloning part down, you know, we'll get into it. Maybe PMCO of the full season of this year. Though, as we get back into, move away from that topic now, back into serious business, is going to be Wake, Chip, and Texir looking to fully defend that position. Actually, that's going to be a big Molotov play, but the MG3 spray down is huge for Voston. Finding one, flushing it out, and now Wake is down to a solo. It's Chip. I keep on finding the Chip is left kind of solo in these buildings sometimes in the later portion of the match. This is still early, by the way. We're still in phase 2, about to shift into phase number 3. But here, the weapon loadout for Voston is huge. He's got the MG3, but you got to reload. Yeah, it's going to say he's only got 10 more bullets in the chamber. He's going to get pushed up, but Wake, unfortunately, getting fully caught off guard by the off angle. 2 players going to get the damage in. Now, this time, for real, it's only Chip surviving in a solo position.
Yeah, big Chip. Let's see if he can be the Lewisham Golden Boy in a situation like this, though. Shut down the Bugsy Malones that are chasing him. No, not going to happen. Outplayed by the gangsters of VP. As Voston will handle the encounter. You did have the 1 casualty there, so a triple threat of the Polar Bears remaining alive and kicking for them, but already 4 clean eliminations grabbed. Uh-oh, hang on a minute. A low blow have spotted them from range, and that's a full flush as well, Max, so they're already down to a duo. VP's meteoric rise might start to peter out.
And it sucks because they just got 4 really important points that were just catching up to Afterlife, but now that's just gone, it seems. They're not good. I don't think as a duo you're going to be able to do really too much in this game, especially with their position in the zone. It's not looking too good for the squad of VP. And also this circle, we didn't look at it too much, right? We've been mainly focusing on these early game fights because we've had a lot of them kind of occur out of nowhere. It is a tough one. It's south of Power Grid, west of Picardo, and it is kind of on a slope in the central areas. Big slope play. If you know the terrain, good on you. You can maybe use it and leverage it to your advantage, but you got way too many dips and positions that can literally cause your demise. So I'm looking forward to who's going to take these central positions early on because they are not easy to maneuver your way through.
No, it's awkward. They're in the weeds out there. Oh, mate. Imagine being MODERNET. You're just hearing the silent shots from the Mini 14, just blowing your tires up, damaging your ice cream truck. You've spent your last paycheck to buy it, wanted to start a nice little family business. Now it's in flames. And you just know that there's shots coming straight towards your head. It's actually the cheese wagon.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Which I kind of prefer. I do prefer the cheese truck. We used to have a team, I don't know if you remember back in the day, Team Kesso. There was a big PUBG Mobile team, and they always had that vehicle skin. Every time, it's very on brand in the UAZ. They're not here anymore.
Got to be done.
Mate, we need to come back from Team Kesso. Come on, come back to America's region. Would be great. Major Pride, Asta. No Tagliatelle today. He's going to make it over to the cliff and trying to survive with his team. It's not a bad position. The thing is, if a team is aware of you being there, it's very nadeable. If you are especially Camo from Vox and he tries to get close, but the circle is going to favor that position decently. Though, teams in the hot seat is going to be both JDH and Afterlife on the southern edge of this circle. They're going to have to do a little bit of a push. Most of these southern compounds are taken. You do have some ridges, especially south, east of Cyber Hero, you can play. But they might not be willing to share it. So I think we might have a little bit of a southern fight happening very soon. Or they just might go their separate ways and find a better spot. But the main thing I want to highlight here, I know I'm analyzing here, Jackie, a lot of positions because there's a lot of very intricate things of this in this map. I want to focus on moneymakers. This compound is impossible to defend fully. You need to be willing to give it up. If a team pushes you on the warehouse, give away the warehouse. If a team pushes the compound east of it, give away the compound portion. You can't defend it. It's too big. It's too tricky of a spot. So I want to see what their answer is going to be once they do get tested later on down the line. That's going to be a very important moment for the moneymakers.
No, this is good. It's a nice setup. Gives you something to look forward to, the twist in the narrative here potentially when the fight starts to develop on this one. So we'll keep our eyes peeled to see how this unfolds. Camo still there taking pot shots. Can Erangel actually bait him into face this? He is just taking a couple pot shots back towards him. Ooh, there's the quick tap we were waiting for. Line him up and knock him down.
Yeah, nice shot. Top would be proud. Oh no, I knew I was going to get stuck. Oh, okay, I thought it was really going to get stuck for real. I was able to reverse and get the car back on track. But after, this is exactly the ridge I was talking about. This is a good transition point. The thing is, two teams have the same idea. JDH aren't too far away. You can only have one team here, realistically. Otherwise, you're just in that nade range. It's going to be tricky. But I'm seeing Voston. He's making me happy with the MG3. He's doing so much work with the best weapon in the game. And able to take names once more.
Yeah, nice. You can feel the bass on it as well. So certainly sending shivers down players' spines. They'll know that he's armed with the weapon. Off the back of the audio cue, rattling through their ears. Camo, follow up, that's on Voston. That's actually the nade in the back line, so maybe we won't see as much play with the weapon. He's been able to line himself up for a cheeky dash of the nade.
Wait,
what? God, this looks horrific, mate. The car has become a roof. They are in their Minecraft starter house. It is on fire. There is nades. What is happening?
Will they survive the first night? Or that nade?
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
Oh, it's a creeper, Max.
Ah, the creeper got him. He just got right behind him, and everything goes wild. The TNT is all over the place. Vox. That was a good nade. That was the main issue I was talking about. Is if a team on top of the mountain knows you're there, literally 1 or 2 grenades, and that's the squad wipe. Well done from Vox that has been more assertive today. Genuinely, the step up is impressive. I mean, actually, you know what? It's such a big step up. I was counting them out kind of to some extent entering today. They're at 70 points? Entry point right now in top 4 is 79. We could see a world where Vox do one of the biggest comebacks ever in PMCO and reach top 4 literally in the last game on Miramar. Maybe even now if they keep on going on this kind of pace. So Vox could be a contender at the end of these finals.
I mean, they're still showing up in the Elim feed, and that's actually against Dagestan as well, our #1 squad right now in the rankings, as Camo continues to unload rounds from the Mini 14. Meanwhile, Afterlife kick off their engagement versus JDH. They want to force them out of this ridge so they can have it all to themselves. They collapse on top, and the icon is not going to be shining bright enough here. Wave goodbye to JDH as our bottom portion of the squads in the leaderboard are mostly now all eliminated, and Afterlife continue to find themselves opportunities to thrive. Yeah, it's getting kind of interesting now then. So VP, obviously their big run. They had 2 great games back to back. This Miramar isn't going to give them too much whatsoever in terms of their overall bloat of points. So there is chances we start to see some shifting in that leaderboard.
Amazing strategy, by the way, from CH Esports. They want to try and clear Afterlife to then put their focus on their next transition in the zone. Because otherwise, leaving that compound, you're going to be showing your back over to Afterlife. So or you take the fight or you scare Afterlife away from that position. It's down to Afterlife now. Do they crash Moneymakers? Do they go for the passive Eastern rotation or maybe even wide Western rotation? Or do they go on the crash for CH Esports as a compound? There's a few options available. I wonder are they going to go for the breach. It seems they do want to encroach on the terrain of CH, and CH is getting instantly chased down. They're scared. They don't want to take that fight anymore. And they take 2 big casualties right away. What a good fight from Afterlife, though they might lose Windy in the process, and yet they do bleed out a bit too quickly. No opportunity for the res. But now they do have the man advantage. It's 3v1 versus them. Killer Joe, Kraken. Can they defend the fort as a duo?
Oh, Kraken with a peek up, good for the opening blow, but there's an instant trade back as Misha makes no mistakes with that rifle. Killer Joe, though, oh, he's doing the Quentin Tarantino. He's looking for toes underneath the bottom of the vehicle and might actually get 2 from it. Killer Joe punishing on that one. Response back inside of the building as well. He's only gone and done it as he shuts down Afterlife, Max.
Yeah, the thing is, this building is very nice to defend because even though you do enter from the southern side over a ridge, which keeps you safe, the moment you go over that ridge, it's so hard to stay alive unless you got a ton of smokes to make that move into the actual buildings itself. So really good defense from that duo of Cyber Hero. Though, they're still not in the zone, but because they get rid of Afterlife, guess what? They can move to the ridges straight up north of their compound. So we will be seeing CH Esports making it deeper into this first Miramar of the day. Though we focus our attention now to the east. It's MADBULLS, it's HardBass, it's Konina Power. All of these teams currently clashing to claim more real estate in their favor. But MADBULLS, if we do see a bit more of a collapse from Konina Power, might be a little bit sandwiched between those teams, so they got to make sure to zone teams away so that does not happen to their squad.
Assorti. He's debating the peak on it. You can see the little edges over the ridge, getting a bit of a read, scoped up on a zoom in to see if he can punish Konina Power if they do expose themselves on a rotate over. Replay here as well. This is the opening spray that came out with a headshot in a backline onto Tema. That is beautiful footwork. Good catch there from the replay.
Yeah, you know what? I see it. The org is kind of good. The thing is, the org has really crept on us for literally a year or 2. It's been getting slight buffs and adjustments. The M4's not getting buffed as much. Now, well, the org is just a deadly laser at any kind of range. So I'm still seeing some M4 players here in particular. Is going to be focused with the M4 raining down hell upon that shed. Do find Killer Joe, but Kraken should be a pretty easy res. Again, there's no one really behind them, except for the Moneymakers. And they got lucky, Moneymakers. No one really attempted to crash on their compound, so they weren't tested in if they could defend that spot. But now they're just going to look to make an easy transition point southeast. Maybe even crashing on that compound of CH. They don't have too many options, but they have to get involved very soon, because right now, if they do delay it too much, in about 2 minutes worth of time, they're going to be deep in the blue zone. They can't afford to delay it any further.
Focus. Trying to get those shots on target. Meanwhile, it's Killer Joe that pays the price and unfortunately has become eliminated, Joe, as he's out of action on this one. Our base team as well suffering from success with the DJ career as their big base hits them. Pusher will also be traded back upon, so a lot of infighting breaking out between all these squads in close proximity to one another. Foops man, is this the start of the Foopsening? He's up top on the hillside. Kvik with a quick flick, adjusts the crosshair and gets shots back onto him. Verenic as well, peering over the top of the smoke as everyone is throwing bullets downrange at one another. Flip with a charge on the nade. Oh, so close to success. If he cooked that one a little bit less, he would have blown them all away. And Flip, no time to survive as Ray Kage punishes him. Max, this fight is not giving any breaks.
It just keeps fighting every time. It's just constant fire power being chucked all over the place, bullets being shot, everyone that moves. But Spike, hey, able to survive this time with his squad in this game, and they're looking to take a good engagement onto HardBass. They got the high ground advantage now, raining down bullets onto all of HardBass. Ray Kage is the next to fall, but the blue zone keeps pushing them deeper and deeper in the play zone. They can't afford to stick around for too long, but as I say that, HardBass are fully eliminated, almost getting 1,000 damage in this match with 3 eliminations. So definitely not too bad of a game, but they do not make it far when it comes to extra placement points. But then Vox, slowly but surely in this game, Jackie have been able to just wrestle up more decent positions up here, and now they're up to 5 elims, and with those nades just looking to rain it down onto a low blow, they could be looking for a double-digit game. Maybe not chicken dinner, because they might have to leave this position eventually, but they can start just lasering down anyone that moves in their sight.
Nades downrange from Vox, shot in the back line, Default with a tag up onto them. And this is certainly an uncomfortable situation for many of our teams. Camo has been the sniper that's striving for success time and time again with that Mini 14, making the DMR look major in its impact with the plays he's been making. Zone condenses in as well. We can see the shift on it now, cutting off a bit of that ridge line that we had in play for Camo and Remind. Just enough they can still try and play on the outer edges of it. Push up from Major Pride and, of course, pre-pod there from Dagestan ahead of the rest of the pack. There could be some uncomfortable encounters soon.
You know what? I don't do this often, Jackie, but I want to do it for this game before we get into the most important final match on Miramar. Who do you think's taking home this chicken dinner? I have my bets on Vox. What about you?
Mate, you know what? I think there's a chance that we see Moneymakers somehow make a late rotate in on this one and rat it out for a win.
Ooh, I like it. 2 different entry points also to enter the circle. I mean, Vox are currently in the circle. They have that 2-2 split. But yeah, Moneymakers, they have some decent dips and ridges to play around to get into the play zone. As long as they get rid of CH. CH is really making it hard for them to use all of these ridges to its full potential. If they can get those 2, I think we could be looking for at least a podium finish from Moneymakers. So I do also like that pick on that one. Also, tell us in chat, why not? Let's get everyone involved on this prediction game. But Dagestan at least have 1 car, yeah, parked under the building. That's a really good spot to park it up, as they will make it deeper in this match into the play zone of phase number 7. Next shift is going to be the last one, so we're going to know where we're going to be ending. So some people are going to try and maintain center control, because I think we are going to go the entire way to phase number 9. But CH, no hope. I think the proof is indeed in the pudding that they're going to get eliminated here, Jackie.
Yeah, very possibly. Not much of an opportunity for them to extend their advantage on this one with how it's been developing for them. Kraken, much like the legendary Sea Monster, seems like he will go down with the ship in the blue as it removes him from play. Say goodbye to Cyber Hero and say hello to this continuation of a very stalled fight with once again Camo pulling up to the party and being able to put pinpoint precision on target as he snipes his way through another man.
Hey, the Mini 14 in a game like this, you peek your head over a ridge and you're just getting your head blown right off. But I do wonder how many nades did Vox come up on this mountain with? Because they couldn't loot too many crates, right? Because they are kind of stuck on this position. They're stranded. So if they want to loot some death crates, it's quite hard. You have to commit a lot of resources just to get that extra loot. But seems like for the longest time, they've been just spraying it down with a Mini 14, getting some nades, raining also down onto Dagestan. So they've been able to definitely get some good amount of resources before securing these little rocky formations. But Lotos, yeah, I mean, what do you want to do, man? They've got literally, they are the Eye of Sauron in this lobby. You can't escape their gaze. And right now, looking to get the double-digit eliminations, but the nade is good. Almost finding Lotos a little bit more cooked, and it could have been good. But now they're going to have to respect it because they do have to move away from this spot very soon.
Shot after shot coming out, an exchange of blows from Remind and, of course, the Moneymakers there. And this is Moneymakers that have been trying to take a far slower approach to things. They want to wrap this one into a later attack, but with casualties and, of course, weaknesses rearing their head, it gets a bit risky. This could be some aggression on display. Konina Power pushing up. Will they be the show ponies on this one? Oh, Force with a backstab, pulls out the shotty and slays with the slugs. He hits some good attacks on that. And they've got time to heal. Nade over the top, though. It's Kvik in with the unexpected grenade to blow them away. A low blow, live up to their name, but not in the manner they would have wanted to. And Konina Power are struggling to save Eugene here. They're looking to see if there's an opportunity, but Moneymakers are cooking right now. Finding a chain connection of frags here, Max, and they're starting to complete their mission of getting into a good angle.
Wait, can I actually get Eugene back up? If you've got a smoke, there's an opportunity for him to make it happen. No, he's going to be fully out of utility. Remind, also trying to hide behind his own piece of util. in a distance on that mountaintop, and everyone's just going to get pushed over this cliff, and it's going to center up. No one is in the center of the circle. It's up in the air, so who's going to take it home? But the MG3 is here in the hands of Vox, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to be going out now down to Remind, also going to be in a similar situation, and yeah, the entirety of Vox are just getting wrecked over to the west. But now the other duo of Assorti and Lotos will be making it further in this match, making it to top 4, maybe getting some more placement points on board. Dagestan also looking to take their own fight onto Major Pride. The nades are rolling in as Asta is just going to be cooked up to a crisp with that Molotov. Making it back to Magnum is just not working out, and look at that. Dagestan dominating the southern western edge, and now we'll be looking to put their focus over onto Moneymakers and Vox.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a hellish fight, mate. Everyone's all around one another. There's no room. It's shoulder to shoulder gunplay as Havlikainer flicks his crosshair back onto Lotos, and Vox go down to just one man. He cannot find a way to respond to this. He has to just tuck down in the blue and wait for the peaceful way out as we get into our head-to-head then. A 3 versus 2 now with Dagestan suffering casualties. Zadira cannot assist. Great nade into the back line. Nomi blazes his way through Kavik. That one could be on the money. It's close, Max, but it won't connect. Havlikainer can get his teammate back up. Kavik can still be in play. Nomi spotted on the push. Havlik lighting him up time and time again. There's an opportunity here for the Moneymakers to complete their mission, but on the wide swing, it all falls onto the shoulders of Default. A 1v2 has the SMG to play with close on the ridge, but they won't let him get up close. They shut it down as Dagestan stand their ground.
It was a really smart play also from the side of Moneymakers. They kind of sacrificed themselves to allow Default to make it to that dirt pile closer to Dagestan, but as you said, it was just not enough for him to prevail. Dagestan finally taking himself some Miramar chicken dinner in match number 5 out of 6 of today, and this pretty much is securing their top 4 position, right? They were looking so good before this match, and I think this is going to be putting the nail in the coffin for their PMGO EECA slot. But VP still getting a few points here and there, right? Getting involved in the conversation. They're going to be very close, and so were Vox. And I think actually Vox, wait, actually they're making it so far in this game, Jackie. Maybe Vox are in top 4, or if not, just slightly below top 4. So Vox could be pulling the comeback of the tournament today in these games.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, for the context of it, VP had a couple of elims and then kind of just got sideswiped by Camo, making plays with a Mini 14 and the nade on his backside. But Vox went on to just find so many elims and that late placement. They should be in a pretty good spot, but yeah, here we go. So here's our overall last match standings in terms of the results. It's a big game for Dagestan. They're going to be happy with that. 4-point shallow, though. That's Moneymakers coming in second place overall from that one. And then Vox in third position with the points accrued. Not a bad game whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely some decent points on board for them. Looking at the lower side of the rankings, MADBULLS, they're not getting the points they needed. I think MADBULLS are slipping at the wrong time. But 18 points for Dagestan. And Moneymakers also, we're looking so good. Moneymakers just allergic to getting a chicken dinner, it seems. I mean, clearly they don't need it to be in top 4 to contend for those qualification slots for PMGO Regional Finals, but I would like to see a chicken dinner from this team eventually, Jackie. Maybe the last game will be the time to make it happen, as Nomi, I think, is going to be MVP again. That would be his 3rd time, right, today. This guy definitely woke up and he's like, okay, now I'm playing serious PUBG Mobile. Let's go.
Yeah, the free time, the free P, the champion among men that is Nomi today. The MVP's MVP with how he's been playing. Beautiful stuff to see. Of course, this time around in terms of accolades as well. Bit of a shout out to Camo there, to Vox with how he was playing. A lot of damage, a lot of impact. And even though, sure, his individual elims there could have maybe been higher with the amount of DPS output he was getting, it's the fact he was enabling his team as well for some great success. Lots of chip damage and great defense in terms of angles, Max.
It's all about that Mini 14 with a scope. I don't know what kind of scope he had. I think it was a 6x a lot of the time, but anyways, at that kind of moment, the moment you peek your head over the ridge, you're just getting instantly punished for it. So yeah, good to see more DMRs being played recently because of the slight changes to some weapons, especially shotguns being nerfed slowly over time. DMRs really are fully meta on Miramar. And now with the M1 Garand, we haven't seen it too much actually in these finals, but I'm telling you, the M1 Garand, it's going to be really strong when you get to those higher echelon tournaments, like when Top is playing. He's going to love it.
Oh yeah, he's going to be living the dream. But that's where we could be, and particularly 4 of our teams will be after the next game. One last battleground to go. It's Miramar after the break. Do not miss it.
This one, but the prime is pulling up, and then
The battle isn't over yet. 13 teams fought their way through the semi-finals. A low blow, major pride, moneymakers and others ready to prove it wasn't luck. And also, 3 teams earned their direct invite. MADBULLS are focused, they're determined, but so is CH Esports, and they don't lose easily. And Virtus.pro, nobody's writing them off. Now, all 16 teams are here. Clutch plays, dominant squads, one mistake can change the whole game. 2 days, 12 matches, 1 champion. Don't miss the finals, April 11th through the 12th, watch live.
Konina Power plays the shots on target though. He holds the line, Max.
Sandstorms return. Uncover hidden relics. Awaken the mystery. Ride the sand giant.
But the pride is pulling up, and then
The battle isn't over yet. 13 teams fought their way through the semi-finals. A low blow, major pride, moneymakers and others ready to prove it wasn't luck. And also, 3 teams earned their direct invite. MADBULLS are focused, they're determined, but so is CH Esports, and they don't lose easily. And Virtus.pro, nobody's writing them off. Now, all 16 teams are here. Clutch plays, dominant squads, one mistake can change the whole game. 2 days, 12 matches, 1 champion. Don't miss the finals. April 11th through the 12th, watch live.
Konina Power plays the shots on target though. He holds the line, Max.
Wagwan, everyone. We're back in for a bit more excitement. And when I say a bit more, I mean a whole lot more. This is everything we have been building up to for quite some time here in the Club Open for Eastern Europe. For the team specifically, they've been grinding for what feels like an eternity, Max, for open qualifiers, group stages, and now finals to, of course, decide who will be the 4 top teams. A lot on the line, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, thousands of teams in the open qualifiers in-game, and now it's down to these 16 teams all competing for the final 4 slots to represent Eastern Europe, hopefully in PMGO if they can make it through EECA, which we've seen some of the teams that qualify to that one. It's not going to be easy. Actually, just a few minutes ago, 1 region descended, and we have seen the team of Effect and Zerich qualify, so that's also going to be a top-tier squad playing in that finals. But here we have it, the last time we're going to see the leaderboards before we crown our champions, and 4 teams advance to the next stage. And right now we're looking at the cutoff. It's Afterlife here, Jackie. 83 points, but anyone from Major Pride, Virtus.pro, Vox now even, MADBULLS, CH Esports, even Konina Power could be making a final last-ditch effort to make it up there. It's going to be down to the wire, and I genuinely, really hard to predict who's going to be the ones to make it to that next stage.
Yeah, dude, it's a toughie, you know, it is a toughie. There definitely wasn't an opportunity where I called that these 4 teams would all be in the top 4. But hey, look, it's not over yet, Max, so I won't count my chickens until they've hatched into chicken dinners that result in money and qualification to a big pipeline of future events here for these teams. Because, of course, there's still 1 game left to go. It's going to get spicy. It's going to get exciting. Yeah. We'll see who's on top. But like you say, it is absolutely terrifying that there is mere points, individual and double digits between some of these teams that could result in you knocking them out of the top 4.
Yeah, because realistically, Dagestan, Moneymakers, a low blow, for me, they're fully safe. I don't know if you would agree with that statement.
I think so.
Okay,
yeah.
Good. So we are aligned on that. Just wanted to make sure. So it's really realistically just 1 slot remaining. Who do you think is going to make it? Because again, just to list out the teams that are, I think, in contention for that number 4 slot, it's between Afterlife, it's Major Pride, Virtus.pro, Vox, MADBULLS, CH Esports, and Konina Power. I think below that, pretty much impossible to make a comeback happen unless you see Rondo-esque kind of numbers here on Miramar, which you don't see happen too often. Any one of those players here you expected to do that big comeback, Jackie, in this final game?
Man, you know what I think the thing is, Max? Yes, I will say we've seen far better signs of life from Virtus.pro, but what worries me more than anything is I feel like you've made some enemies within this lobby. You've thrown yourself into some awkward encounters versus other teams, right? There's going to be squads that I think might actually throw themselves at VP early. I don't think they're going to be able to break in, even with a better consistency they've seen. I would argue that the side, as the dark horse I'm now on the side of with what we've seen from them in the later stage today, would be Vox. I'd love to see something miraculous from them. Keep up this energy they've been building. If they can find a way to shut down Afterlife potentially and steal the spotlight from them with a big game, that'd be amazing.
Wait. What's happening in Partona? We have 2 teams there. We have CH and what's the red team?
Already
is that Strong Team? I think it's Strong Team.
That's Strong Team.
Yeah,
that's Strong Team.
Why? And even HardBass is sending a player over there. I mean, CH could qualify. I think you said VP might get targeted. I think CH are getting targeted right now. And it's Strong Team that literally at this moment have nothing to lose and are just looking to ruin the day of CH Esports.
Oh my.
If this kicks off, I want to see that POV of Big Mac. He's the man that thrives in situations like this. If he's got himself a gun at least, you'd hope. Don't know what they're working with. Uh-oh, turn the corner with the Uzi as you spray straight into him. It's looking a little bit risky so far, as all of Strong Team are just feeding points the way of CH Max. This is not the way they wanted it to go if they were hoping to throw a spanner in the works. Vandal with a dive in. That's one. Can Vandal line it up? Oh, he's in a 1v2 right now, Max, and he's keeping them scared. Good movement for the reposition. He gets in through the back line on the window. Can this man single-handedly be a problem? All going to pre-fire towards the door, dives the corner. He's peppering bullets into the Max.
Oh, he confirms it. That's actually going to be a big, big win for Strong Team, and really wounding a player and actually getting rid of the in-play entirely is going to be massive. CH can't afford to lose anyone else. If you get the 4 points for that trade-off, is not too bad, but losing an extra player, that would be game over, I think, for that final last-ditch effort to make in top 4. A Strong Team. Oh, they're lining up all at the same time. It's so easy to get headshot. You got to be careful. They keep giving 1v1s. Strong Team. Oh my goodness. At least he wouldn't be able to flush it out, but they're taking such a big risk at that finishing moment, Jackie. Luckily enough, they will be able to get the res, but that could have gone way worse here in Partona.
Mate, that was despicable. He jumped around the corner and slapped him upside the head with a Glock. What on earth have we just seen?
But we still have HardBass there too, by the way. Look at the mini-map. They have a player scouting. He's like, you're not so... You literally have 2 teams ganging up onto CH, it seems. Look, they're going down on the bridge. They're chasing it down. They want to eliminate CH. How many enemies does this team have? There's drama that we just don't know about. We don't have the full picture.
This is absolute carnage already. Yeah, I mean, you know, I was saying I think we'd see some targeted fights. I guess we're learning where the real evil eyes are. Whew. This is spicy stuff.
This is the most blatant targeting I've ever seen in PUBG Mobile Esport. It's the most obvious. They could come up to me on an interview and say, no, it wasn't targeted. We just wanted to drop there, and I would not believe them.
Oh, mate, I can imagine it now. Big Barney Banks on stage with Big Mac, you know. So, did you mean to drop on them? No, no.
Just smirks at the camera. It's just like,
yeah, winks. Yeah. Oh.
But genuinely, I'm not even joking. I've been covering this game since 2019. That is the most targeted stuff I've ever seen in my life. That is wild. Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, I love it. I've always been a big advocate. I think it's an interesting strategy. It's one of those, like, it's a viable way to play it. And honestly, they've gone for it. You got to win your duels, Max.
Yeah. They even got so desperate, they just wanted to wound them. They didn't even want to win the fight. I just want to confirm that point.
Just want to kill one.
Just get rid of that one single player. Yeah. You know what? I kind of like it. I don't hate it. They're tested, right? You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Cyber Hero were tested. They do get 4 points, but actually, that does put them way closer to that entry point threshold for the top 4. So actually, maybe if we look back after this game, Jackie, and they qualify by less than 4 points, or even 4 points exactly, they would have been given those 4 points by that hot drop. So we do have to keep in the back of our mind for the rest of this game.
It's one of those where late game, it's an entirely separate conversation, right? If they find themselves in a position where it helps them. Early game, though, that's more my worry, because now they're going to have to sort of change scope of how they approach it. If they had a full 4 squad, maybe they would have been fighting a little bit more religiously, been willing to take a few more encounters to build themselves early points and try and force in that way. Instead, you really got to play for the long con on this one, right? Having 3 players in the final game of the day this early, it's going to change the way they approach things.
Definitely so, but Caster, look at, this is so targeted again. Look, they're looking at all of these roads. Any exit potential road that they could have used, HardBass have surrounded them. And luckily enough, they actually took one of the better roads that, because of the ridge, it keeps them somewhat safe. So that's going to be fine. I'm not talking about this fight, by the way, because it doesn't really matter all that much. There's not going to have a big impact on the leaderboards. I'm focused on Partona Island. Come on. What's happening there?
Why did you say that like a British MP? I'm focused on Partona Island.
Did I?
I don't know, mate. Yeah, it's like Gordon Brown came on the mic for a second. I'm a big advocate for targeted gameplay.
I like it. It's a good time here. Down at a pub. Yeah.
Christ. Yeah, that's good. That's perfect.
Hey.
That's England.
It's got the beans.
Yeah, exactly. Got my can of Heinz beans and my pint.
That's all you need.
Toodaloo.
Good old British roast, yes. Bangers and mash. Let's go. Oh,
that's so good.
Oh, no, Vox.
Well,
this is bad, though. They can't lose him.
No, this could be the opposite of a bangers and match type situation. Although, I thought they lined up for him. It seemed like they were actually giving him the collateral from 2K on the spray down, but not going to be able to follow through with it. And you're spot on, right? That's a brutal man to lose, fragmenting their squad now.
Yeah, we're seeing some players split that just really should not be to begin with. And you're given an opportunity for him to punish you massively. Yeah, good job, MODERNET. Do find himself some eliminations this game. Going to be increasing their rankings slightly at the bottom of the leaderboards. Double res too, so that's going to be nice for Erangel and his squad mates. Oh, he's not going for it. I'm like, oh, maybe he stops. No, he's going to keep on going on his merry way. And this is the ice cream truck. Now that's it. We found it. It was here.
That's what you need. On a hot day, like Miramar always is.
Why is there Sheba on the back, though?
Well, that's the ice cream Doge.
Oh, it's the mascot. Oh, okay.
Yeah. God. Does this guy know anything about PUBG Mobile?
Oh. Sorry, I'm very... I'm new.
No, it's all right.
New.
You knew. I'll forgive you. Yeah, exactly. Oh, mate. I am curious about this encounter as well, Max. Top side there, all the way far up north, you can see, of course, a low blow up against Vox. Now, it would be obviously a shame for Vox if they were to encounter each other. A low blow in a pretty decent spot in terms of the point of group. But if they take down Vox, that's their chance that's already started off real rough, especially when we get this overview. God, I didn't realize there was only 2 of them already left alive at this point. Opportunities for Vox to force their way in with a big game on this one, Max. It looks like it might have already fallen through.
And we might also have a Chumacera finish. So City finish to wrap things up. It's pretty much up in the air. We just have no clue who's going to be taking it home. Wake, interesting way to approach that fight in a 1v2, but they do at least find it, so you can't complain about the method as long as you get the results. Tema in his own buggy for Konina Power, a team that is, I would say, a little bit too far to really initiate that comeback, especially when you're down to already a duo. I would say now Konina Power, you just don't have the numbers to really get the results expected to make it to top 4. But they are going to be trying it out. I think they know they need to get some eliminations, and they're just going to try and go for a desperate play, but it's not going to be enough. That's it. Konina Power losing one of the top performers of their squad, being Tema. Down to a solo. Verenic, he's going to try and get a few placement points down there, but it's genuinely not going to take them far enough in this lobby. And yeah, that's one team already. You can ride off, alongside possibly Vox, right, to make it in top 4.
Yeah. A sad outcome then. Fought hard, but it might not be enough with the position you're now left in. Even with some heroics, you don't really have the firepower to build up those elims to pad your points, even with placements being a very long con you'd have to be thinking about. Afterlife, though, they want to keep their noses clean and actually rack up points on this one, as they're basically the squad that's being targeted in terms of overall point bubble. You want to break past them and see if you can force in. Major Pride, of course, only being 3 points of their own away from tying that one up. Oh, replay here. Let's have a look.
Hey.
Oof.
It was good.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, it's the kind of spray I expect in this lobby anyway, so it's not making me go absolutely wild, but it's still a good knock at that range.
You give him a pog, give him one pog, go on.
One pog. Okay,
there you go.
There you go. Can't see it. I did Wojak for
They know though, yeah, they know. They visualized it.
This is why we have, I'm so happy I've never casted a LAN event for PUBG Mobile on like TikTok. Because usually they have a feed of the casters above the gameplay, and I do so many weird expressions and faces when I'm casting. You would have like 20 memes in a single game, so I'm very happy I'm not on camera right now.
No, yeah, that's fair, mate. You should see me when we're doing the World Cup. I'm like pacing around the room. I'm crouching. I'm throwing out like gang signs with my hands. I get very animated.
Yeah, Blank has to pull you back. She's like, focus, sit down.
Yeah, exactly. You've run out of cable slack. Sit down. All gets a little bit sweaty. And the intention here is certainly starting to build a bit of heat in the room. Ooh, okay, zone getting smaller and smaller, longer and longer rotate for our teams that are still quite far back in the blue side. MODERNET, MADBULLS, Wake on their way in. Just the one player there from Konina Power. A low blow that are taking a very scenic route to make their way down as well. Got a POV of the Virtus.pro boys on screen here as they pull themselves up and try and secure the vehicles for later.
I'm surprised Vox have not been going for a quicker rotate. Sure, they lost 2 players, but they're very slow now, deep in the blue next to Power Grid, and we're moving into Chuma Serat territory. So, yeah, again, I write them off. I think it's pretty much done and dusted when it comes to their potential comeback. But most of their teams, which is what you want to see, right, from Afterlife, Major Pride, Virtus.pro, they're trying to maintain a full squad for the late game because it's not a Rondo. You can't get those extra elimination points for free, right, and go for the res. No, no, no. Every fight you take is extremely risky, so you've got to take the very cautious approach of these fights. As Moneymakers, again, they're safe. They got 99 points. They're chilling big time. And I think that what Major Pride might do is if they see they take a fight and get some knocks on a team that they want to try and eliminate and to make EECA Finals easier, they might just fully send it and just almost be willing to give up their own life to wound an opponent that could be an issue later on down the line. So keep that in mind that these top squads that are safe could be a little bit of a thorn in the side of our top contenders for the top 4.
Yeah, exactly. It could certainly get spicy, man.
Yeah, if you told me, oh, we could eliminate Virtus.pro and they won't be into the Eastern Europe, Central Asia finals, like I would take that if I was literally top 3. Yeah, exactly. Just get rid of them now.
Right, why bother? Why leave it up to chance that they lap you next time around? That's what I mean. At this point in the game, there's strategy behind it that I feel like is a big element that sometimes gets a little bit overlooked, bro, but it's fun. It's certainly where it gets its most interesting in terms of the mind games, and it's not always about the dinner, it's more about who you're going to have joining you for it.
At least Vox got in the zone. So they made it out of the blue. Oh, you can tell that they're... I don't like using the word scared right now, but because you are a duo and you cannot afford to go out now, and you have such little information. Like, look, they had a slight piece of information that a player of MADBULLS was on that hilltop. Instant return. Yeah. They're going right back 180 with a car and trying to find a safe entry point. Thing is, you're already in phase 3, going into phase 4. You don't have a safe entry point. You are going to be tested to your absolute limits here for Vox, and now they're going to be spotted up by Lemon. He's just waiting to rain down absolute hell upon their location. So yeah, Vox here, this is not the mindset that you can put a comeback with, unfortunately.
No, it's cagey, it's very reserved, and like you say, you're so paranoid that it's forcing you to not attempt to play to win, but play not to lose, which sometimes in positions like this, it's the difference of being able to manifest what they want to achieve on this one. Ooh, Malar, can MODERNET be the team that ruins the chances for the duo of Vox up close? They're low, they're fragmented, and they do go down. Vox ripped away from the equation, out cold in 7th place.
That's it. 2 contenders for the top 4 spots already out in Vox and Konina Power. Now it's down to MADBULLS, Cyber Hero, Virtus.pro, Major Pride, and Afterlife, who will be able to prevail in this, what could be, again, an insanely intense and rough finishing game in a Chumacera city finish. We could be having that if we keep having central, slightly down southeast circle shifts. We've got still a few to go, but this could be a rough one. At least teams are in position. You're looking at Major Pride. They're in position in the circle, so they could be looking really good this match, making it very deep indeed. Same for CH. Sure, they only got a trio, but when city finishes, you never know. A solo could have an impact in these kind of finishes. As MADBULLS peeking over the ridge. Another team contending. If they're looking to get eliminations, but unfortunately have yet to get a single one. They want to hold off MODERNET, because if they do, they get 3 points and also a decent entry point in the circle. Literally, if they win this fight, Jackie, they would have about, what, 30% circle control off of this fight alone. This would be a massive win that MADBULLS cannot afford to fumble at this point.
They've got to grab onto this opportunity with both hands, and they're trying to see if they can set their gaze on it. MODERNET will reposition, though, and don't stick around too long to basically be offered up as a point sacrifice in this final match of Miramar. EECA hops back in the driving seat and does try and chase them down. Meanwhile, we get the establishing shot here with HardBass Team and Virtus.pro once again driving over the ridges as they move back into a better position on the zone. Horse-based combat. Ooh, Pooch with a dive. He's gliding through the air, and that baits out the headshot onto Lemon. He peeks up looking to hard flush onto that and see if he can get the knock over. Doesn't work out. He takes a ton of damage as well. Lucky to be alive.
I've seen so many plays where the horse jump literally keeps a player alive. It's such an important feature if you do have to play with a horse, and in this case, Poch was able to survive thanks to it. But MADBULLS are not going to give up. They're going to be relentless on this northern eastern edge fight because they need the points. Really, they need the points. They're at 70 points currently. They're 14 points away from Afterlife. They need every single elimination they can get. Even if they get a chicken dinner, is not enough on placement points alone, though you've got to be careful. Over peeking it, you're going to get punished. I believe that was coming in from Wake. Indeed, it's going to be with the 4x scope on the AUG. You can't over peek onto MODERNET, and that could be an issue. This is actively stopping MADBULLS from getting involved on this fight onto MODERNET and getting those 3 eliminations.
Yeah, it's holding them back from having the confidence to push up, knowing they'll be susceptible from multiple other angles from range, but they can't really effectively reply shots back either. So MODERNET can reset the fight from that previous bout, get their man back up on his toes, try and top their HP pools up with the reserves they've still got in the backpacks. And MADBULLS know the longer this one goes on, the less opportunities they have to actually engage onto it.
Oh no.
Zone crunch is in though. Look at this, Max.
Why do we have to have a city finish? Like, I enjoy it, but I feel bad for the players, which is rare. But this is not a good time for the players. Especially look at Virtus.pro, one of the few teams that are not in the city. Yeah, you do have some decent ditches and ridges to the west you can play around, but really the moment they're going to have to make that move in the city itself, VP are going to have a really, really bad time. Wake attempting to also claim a decent building in this compound, in this city of Chumacera. They do claim it for free, keeping the cars also in a really safe spot. But they're not really one of the teams they're mainly focusing on, right? We're looking at CH. They're actually, CH, they're going to have to put focus onto Wake eventually, because if they have to cross the road, these are 4 points that CH would love to pick up for themselves. But we're just slowly but surely getting to that breaking point on this city finish where one fight's going to break out and then it's up in the air as to who's going to take it home. But one team, through all of that madness, right, Jackie, could be maybe looking to prevail. Maybe a Major Pride come on strong and just dominate multiple fights back to back to back and climb their way up in 4th position over Afterlife. Anything could happen at this moment.
The anxiety on some of these teams probably reaching a breaking point now. A city finish to contend with in the back of your mind, the rotates that you've got to find to even get into a position to have some semblance of cover and safety to work with late into this one. At least a better angle to reposition into for MODERNET. They've got their back and their front side covered with the rock and the vehicle to provide some semblance of protection there. VP jumping back into the driving seat as well and looking to wrap around the ridge side with still some elevation to aid them. MADBULLS had to fragment a little bit. Delayed rotate from flip to link back over with Pusher. Went on the solo maneuver. Ooh, Poch peeking back up from behind the rock. He's got a read on Lemon once again. EECA now the man in the back line. If he goes down, he is hard trapped. No recovery. Knowing this, he just tries to heal up and get back in the car.
MODERNET just a thorn in the side of MADBULLS. If they eliminate this team, it would be so much easier, super smooth sailing for the rest of this game, but they just can't. And MODERNET's been actually really smart with their repositioning, getting into positions where MADBULLS just can't quite get the advantage against them. But finally, some knocks will be coming through. Lemon, the first to get the bit of damage he was looking for onto MODERNET, and now he's going to be in that nade range. One good nade, and it could be spelling disaster for MODERNET, and they're going to get in that car and looking to leave that ridge. Making it just a little bit higher up. But again, your nade range, I would say you just might as well send it over the cliff because everyone is looking your way. Millar, sole survivor, 6 eliminations for the team, not too shabby. But it's just not going to make the cut. That's it, as Moneymaker's actually getting not only a 1 elimination here, getting their 100th point of these finals. So well done indeed.
Yeah, it always feels good. Breaks the big one, Hundo. Focus, gliding through the air on the buggy. Oh boy. Thought he was actually unironically going to go the way of the dinosaurs there, but he's still breathing for now. Gets down, tucked in behind the backside of it, and opts to just top himself back up with the meds he's got to play with. So all of a low blow are still standing for now. Our grassroots titans that have been standing above the rest in the lobby. Coming into this one as an unknown quantity, they've proven time and time again why we should be impressed by their plays. Similar things can be said to Afterlife as well. They do still have all 4 of their squad mates up and kicking. Oh, look at the split on this, man. These establishes in terms of just how many teams are beginning to get shoulder to shoulder from one another. Equally as well, it's some of the squads in close proximity that will have to effectively fight through one another, so the strongest will survive, it seems.
It's good for VP at least. They do have Milky Way as the anchor point player, right? He's going to try and facilitate that transition from the team in the city. They've got to be very careful though, because you do have MADBULLS getting very close to the rest of Virtus.pro. So really good on Voston. Just even if you know you're not going to hit the shot, just scare them away. Make it known that you are willing to defend that position. Scare them off, making sure they don't play that high ground position against Erangel and Malloy as they get back into the buggy. And I would say at that point, just go onto Milky Way. Yeah, just send in the warehouse. It's way safe at this point. The more you delay it, the more predictable you become. And also make sure to keep those cars nice and safe in case you have to go for a wide rotation in case of a really bad Eastern ship. But MADBULLS, a team that can't afford to go down here, is going to go for the crash onto our current top team of the top 5. It's going to be Major Pride. And anyone that goes down here, their race is going to be over to make it to the PMGO Regional Finals. PMG3, I'm hearing it. It's raining down bullets onto Major Pride. So far, no one goes down on MP, but as I said, that the Molotov is there, and Tulika is the first to fall.
Oh, brutal scenes here for the MADBULLS as they are not going to be able to thrive in the carnage, mate. They are done for. Ended by Major Pride. So the chance of a comeback story to break into the top 4 for the Bulls that are on tour, it's over.
That's it. It's down to now Cyber Hero, Virtus.pro, and Afterlife, and also Major Pride, that finally with that fight, with those eliminations, we're able to leapfrog Afterlife and make it in top 4. If it stays like this, it would be qualifying to the Eastern Europe Central Asia Finals. Oh, Virtus.pro, man, they can't afford to lose anyone. You need to defend this. You need to go for the full reset on Erangel and Milky Way. But do Dagestan want to allow that to happen? If they can get rid of this amazing team now, this will be a great opportunity for them later on down the line. The VP, amazing smokes, denying vision onto Freeze Nomi will allow the full reset to come through. But again, Warehouse, it's open to the west. It's very hard to successfully defend it when Freeze Nomi have full insight inside of your building.
What's happening here? Crash onto JDH from HardBass, it seems. Molotovs all around as the flames are burning bright and JDH are getting sent off to the Burns ward, but the backstab from Fuse will connect onto the side, and that's going to be Strict that shuts him down. HardBass removed from the equation as JDH stay alive on the periphery edge of the zone. That stalemate, of course, still continuing there from VP. And Dagestan, this is the crash in that we had with MADBULLS up against Major Pride from a bit of a nicer angle for the cinematics.
Oh, yeah. Nothing against the designers of this particular building, but that building is terrible. You just got so many rooms, staircases, doors, windows to work through. It's really hard to maneuver in that particular area of the map for Chumacera City. So it was not meant to be for MADBULLS. Really good for Major Pride, though. Again, allowing them to jump over 4th position team of Afterlife, now 4th place themselves. But this is good. I love the smokes coming out from Virtus.pro. It really stopped Dagestan from having insight on the building inside of the warehouse. And because of the blue zone pushing in, it forced them to go the long way around down southwest. So this is a very smart play from Virtus.pro. Literally, those smokes might be their ticket into the regional finals for PMGO. Cyber Hero see a low blow making their wide northern rotation. And they will be making it in the zone.
Yeah, but at what cost? One by one, the entire team seems to be getting picked off. I mean, you are living on literally borrowed time here. Whoa! Dive through the window for Strict, and Worthin will not survive. The one-man, Vicious Vic. Oh, that is insane for Cyber Hero. Defends it with the pump action and a single grenade. Shuts down JDH. 7 points now, max. They're finding opportunities to snatch away points here and there, even with just that one player fighting on.
No way Vic just almost was willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good of his team of Cyber Hero, almost becoming the hero of that game, but he's still able to tank that nade point blank. A little bit of luck, but also incredible skill with that utility. Dagestan, Virtus.pro, Moneymakers playing the western high ground position of Chumacera. Again, this is a city finish, but it's a weird one because you do have this cliff that is kind of making it 2 fights all in one. You've got the low ground fight and the high ground fight, and whoever wins those two will have to fight each other in these finishing moments of this game. VP, the smoke, these beautiful smokes from Virtus.pro today have been fantastic to witness. And again, making that transition work out against Dagestan, making it to the second warehouse. But this ridge is a little bit scary because now teams on the lower ground, Jackie, could be peeking over the ridge and seeing VP. So they've got to be very cautious and just hug this wall.
Yeah, keep your head down. Don't peek again. Like you say, it was a beautiful execute with a smoke wall, so they were able to at least find a path to get into this position, but now make it count. Stay alive off the back of it. Bullets down range being spammed into Freezer as he will be trapped on rotation. This is Dagestan, our top squad that will be very hard to ever remove from their firm position in first place with how they've been playing. But if you can at least stop them from being something you have to contend with late game, you're going to want to take that opportunity every damn time. Nothing to work with to repair the damage done to Focus.
Nope.
If he comes out through the door, he's a dead man. That's the follow-up instead. AZ hits it on top with a nade. So Major Pride get another elim off the back of that.
Yeah, that's an extra point. I think he tried to molly himself, but he didn't have time, and that was a really good nade from Major Pride. 5 eliminations. But now this is another big fight. They eliminated MADBULLS. Can Major Pride be known as the Shatterer of Dreams in this tournament? They've done it earlier. They could do it once more. They do get rid of Killer Joe, taking so much damage in the process. One good nade, and that could be a squad wipe. They're all in such close quarters, but it's going to be Twix going out in the open and getting punished for doing so. Now Vic, he did the clutch earlier. Can he do it again? As he's going to go wider, dip out in the blue, hoping to survive and get a few more cheeky placement points. But back over to the high ground position of Chumacera. It's Dagestan versus Afterlife. Afterlife that cannot afford to go down at this point.
No, that's beautiful footwork there, though, Max. They get the engage off the back of Windy, a talent that we've seen rising through the ranks throughout the club open here for Eastern Europe. And again, performs with a nade up close. Now, they are drastically behind Major Pride when it comes to elim points in this game right now. So they have to clean up and try and stay alive with as many players as possible. Peppering bullets on the push. They will defend. They hold the line versus Zadira and stop Dagestan in their tracks. One casualty though. Misha is out of the running for the team, so they're down to a triple threat.
There's so many contenders for that 4th slot, right? You got Vic from CH, you do have Major Pride, Virtus.pro, and of course Afterlife. All of these teams hoping to make it to the next stage. It's Havlikaina peeking around the corner of this building. Not able to find it, but now it's the fight. Close quarter combat. Virtus.pro. You cannot falter. This is your chance. You are being tested, but you need to prevail. Havlikaina is now making inside the building with a pump, trying to hit the damage. He finds one. Now, Milky Way trying to redeem it for VP. Will he find the damage? If he gets eliminated, it's pretty much game over for the Polar Bears. He's playing outside, trying to get the angle through the windows. He's getting pressured. He's getting surrounded. He's having a bad time. One good piece of utility could be huge, but he gets peeked over. Havlikaina to get it, and that is game over for the Virtus.pro.
Polar Bears go extinct off the back of the major maneuvers there from the Moneymakers. Great attack from Havlikaina that put them into an even better position in this game. The Final Four has some twists in the narrative as it goes down to a full squad of Moneymakers. 2 players from Major Pride with one of them on their last legs. The P90 of AZ sprays through, finding good damage, but not enough to force them into a better position. Wake Esports with only 1 man as well. He's got a single nade
made a limb to his name, and he has been isolated by Kvik underneath the feet on the ridge side. Windy's even looking for the backstab angle with that shotty. Oh, mate, it all comes down to this, Max.
He's trying to deny maybe the point to the blue zone. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage there. Gets spotted by Moneymakers with the MG3, and Moneymakers are there. Wait, actually, who got that chicken dinner? Wait a minute, what just happened? Did everyone just get eliminated? Oh, we're still looking at Moneymakers chicken dinner. I was very confused there of the POV at the end of that match, but they will be taking the final win here for our PMCO Eastern Europe Grand Finals. But the question stands, Jackie, who was able to snatch away that 4th slot to make it to the Eastern Europe Central Asia PMGO Regional Finals? Genuinely, it's going to be close. I'm not sure. We'll have to see as we check out the leaderboards in a few minutes.
Yeah, man, it's going to be real tight, right? You know, Major Pride playing the Elim game, racking them up, a low blow. They had some good plays there. Sorry, Afterlife even, in terms of the plays they were making. It kept them in it. They were able to catch up somewhat, but it wasn't the same amount. Then they get the placement points. It's up in the air. That 4th spot, that's really the big shift. Which one of those teams has made it through? That's the question. We'll find out our answer to that in a moment, though. Let's have a look at our highlighted team there, of course, that did take the final chicken dinner of the event. Shout out to the Moneymakers in the finals. They played a blinder when it comes to Elim Max. Back on day 1, they were averaging like 11 eliminations a game. It was ruthless stuff. And today here looking good in the chicken dinner category. Here's our point breakdown for the last game in terms of what they walk away with.
Oh, you have a tie between Major Pride and Afterlife. Again, these were the 2 teams closest to that top 4. And actually, because it's a tie and you have a 2-point difference between Afterlife and Major Pride, that means normally Major Pride were not able to overtake Afterlife. Those going to be down to Virtus.pro. Did they get enough points into that one? Because otherwise CH didn't make it far enough. So yeah, it's down to Virtus.pro. Did they get what they needed in this match to hopefully make their dreams come true and reach the next stage for PMCO? Looking at the top damage dealers of this game and eliminators, we're going to be having some big names. Windy, though, again, such a big name clearly here, Jackie, and I do want to see them come back in future PMCO because this guy has been doing so good. And if they qualified right, I'm very impressed to see what he's going to be bringing to the table in EECA.
Yeah, MVP through and through. A natural talent here, really, for Windy. It feels like there is an awful bright future ahead of him with how he's been playing. Some amazing games of PUBG Mobile. Talented with the nades, great mechanics, good heads-up calls in terms of off angles as well, and plays well with others, Max. That's a key factor as the team look great together. Boy, I'm excited though, right? Because obviously, like you say, kind of letting the adjudicators run the numbers, we'll get our final look in at the standings. That 4th spot, the most coveted of them that remained, that was within a potential place to be stolen away. Off the back of that tie, who's going to be getting it? Big questions, Max.
I think it might be Afterlife. We'll have to see, of course. But Virtus.pro was seeding really fine this game, but they just got completely eclipsed right by Moneymakers. So yeah, the moment we see the leaderboards, we'll see who's going to be making it forward. But top 4, man, it was rough. It was intense for these finals. Only 12 matches, but at the end, who was able to get the most amount of points will be doing it. And here you go, looking at the champions. It's going to be our boys of Moneymakers, able to take it home. And finally, right, able to wrap it up with a chicken dinner, Jackie, here on Miramar. And his team is an absolute threat. Every individual player is an absolute menace on the battlegrounds. And when they're there, as a team, they can take some of the biggest chicken dinners we've ever seen in the Eastern European region.
Yeah, amazing stuff from the Moneymakers. Shout out to the crew with how they played that one. In the end, even besting Dagestan 77 and knocking them off their top block. But there we go, our final 4 teams that do make it to the podium finish as follows is Moneymakers, Dagestan 77, a low blow, and Afterlife. Max, what a roster.
What a crazy turn of events, because right now what we're looking at is the fact that MADBULLS, Cyber Hero, and Virtus.pro, our 3 teams, right, Jackie, that were invited directly to the Grand Finals, have failed to qualify. What a massive upset here in Eastern Europe. Not able to make it, of course, followed up also by big names like Major Pride, right? Also not able to qualify to that next stage, and Konina Power. What is happening here in Eastern Europe? But again, congratulations to Moneymakers, Dagestan 77, a low blow, and Afterlife, as they do continue to represent Eastern Europe here going forward in the PMCO. Well, PMGO actually is going to get even bigger here. It's getting global, Jackie, for the PMGO Central Asia and, of course, Eastern Europe Regional Finals.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Great to see them on their pathway to future competition inside of the PUBG Mobile esports circuit and making it to the big leagues of the globals. Beautiful thing about that is, Max, it's a poetic storyline, right? 2 of our known quantities, our rosters that have done it before, been there, worn the jerseys and taken home prize pools, and 2 squads that came in and massively impressed us. Both a low blow and Afterlife taking away spots is a legendary run. We thought maybe one of them would be able to do it, but the fact we get both, my prediction dream comes true, Max. Overjoyed to see it.
Yeah, you've been actually right on the money with your predictions. You got some really good picks making it to the next stage, so very happy about some of the names making it forward for EECA, and we've got a few team head-to-heads here. But yeah, I'm wondering actually who's going to be our MVP. I believe we might have a graphic coming later on to see who that's going to be. Anyone on your mind that might be the MVP of the tournament? Well, at least the finals. I'm thinking Kvik could be there.
MVP of the finals? Maybe. Either that or Nomi, right?
Well, Nomi, actually, Nomi too. Today he's had an absolute banger. Here you go, elimination leaders, right? It's going to be Kvik up there, 27 for the overall stats. That's going to be for the entirety of the finals, but Nomi there too. It's all moneymakers, and then you just have Nomi from Dagestan because, well, guess what? He's Nomi. He's built different. Oh, Windy.
Hey, Windy. All right. Shout out. Damage leaders there for the overall finals. That's huge, mate. I mean, we've been singing his praises. Goes to show why.
Yeah, he's really had some impressive clutch moments. I thought we might see a Vox player here because of the mini 14 plays on the first Miramar today. They got so much damage, it was really inflating their numbers. But no, it's Windy. Number 1, as here we go, the MVP rankings. And it's going to be Default, actually, from Moneymakers, taking it home and being your Grand Finals MVP. And actually tied up right with Afterlife, so it's down to like literally such minute details that do make a difference. But Windy, very impressive stuff. Also taking home that 2nd place, followed closely by Kvik.
I do wonder, even with a tied rating there, if it's just down to the fact, obviously, they actually walk away champions in terms of the tournaments. That could be tied first place overall in terms of the statistics. So Windy going to show. There's a reason we were so impressed with this guy and kind of saying, definitely a talent for the future. Default, though, we know what he can do. And he certainly proved it, right? Great consistency, great damage, a huge tally of elims to his name. And this is why day 1 was so explosive, so interesting for Moneymakers. Even though they weren't really winning games, they didn't need to, mate. They just rock up and absolutely slay everyone, and we'd be like, all right, fair enough, here's 20 points.
I'm actually quite surprised. If I'm not mistaken, tell me if I'm wrong here, Jackie. I believe Default is also the res play on Rondo, so he's not involved in that hot drop, right? Default is usually the one going for the res on the entirety of his team. So if that's the case, the fact that he doesn't really fight early on in Rondo and he's still MVP is very impressive, so well done for him.
Yeah, no, it's super cool. For anyone that missed it, of course, this is why we were getting excited. The lion's share of that $20,000 prize pool, the spots in the future competition that really does begin an interesting narrative of your run to, like Max said earlier, effectively be involved with some of the biggest and brightest events in PUBG Mobile's esports circuit for this year until towards the end of the season, Max. It all stemmed from this, and those are the 4 teams that make it. Moneymakers, Dagestan, a low blow, and Afterlife. A beautiful culmination there of grassroots and legacy.
I thought we might have one surprise. That was my prediction initially going into this PMCO, but no, we had 2 teams coming out of nowhere and able to qualify outside of the big favorites, which is a big interesting turn of events. And I'm excited to see, can they follow through on this initial performance they've been able to showcase in these finals, because now we're moving to the big boy league here, Jackie. The next event we're going to be seeing these guys play is going to be the PMGO Eastern Europe Central Asia Finals, to see who will be making it into PMGO, and of course who might be able to qualify to PMWC later on in the year. It's going to be exciting, it's going to be intense, and I just want to get right back into the action already, Jackie. Let's go.
Yeah, me too, buddy. It was exciting stuff. We'll see how it develops. I'm sure for the viewers at home, you're going to want to keep it clued in with how these teams do. So make sure, of course, you follow all the PUBG Mobile esports circuit socials so you are up to date with what's going on, or specifically Maxman's Instagram, as you'll basically know everything you need to know about PUBG Mobile on your phone every bloody day. Of course, shout out to the amazing production team here that made the club open for Eastern Europe so seamless and so fun to watch. From myself and Maxman, thanks for tuning in, guys. We hope you enjoyed the show. Congratulations to Moneymakers and our qualified teams, and we'll catch you a little bit later on down the road.
This one, but the pride is pulling up, and then
The battle isn't over yet. 13 teams fought their way through the semi-finals. A low blow, major pride, moneymakers and others ready to prove it wasn't luck. And also, 3 teams earned their direct invite. MADBULLS are focused, they're determined, but so is CH Esports, and they don't lose easily. And Virtus.pro, nobody's writing them off. Now, all 16 teams are here. Clutch plays, dominant squads, one mistake can change the whole game. 2 days, 12 matches, 1 champion. Don't miss the finals, April 11th through the 12th, watch live.
Konina Power, the shots on target though. He holds the line.